that in as well. Don't want to hold folks up.
All right, I'm here with, I have Brian Beam on the phone, Calcasieu Parish Administrator. And Brian, first thing I'm just going to ask you is I'm going to ask you about some of the cleanup, the aftermath after the storm. Once the storm has passed, what are the parish's plans for some of the cleanup efforts?
But the first thing we have to do, and working alongside the Corps of Engineers and others, is clear the roads based on the damage, which will be very extensive. And so that's the first order of business, and that our public works crews and others will be doing that as soon as it's safe to travel the roads. But that takes a good while.
And what are the parish's plans for working with FEMA to provide water and food and supplies to the community afterward? Because I know a lot of people are going to be in need of that afterward.
Yeah, now, just real quickly, that comes later. After roads are cleared, there's a search and rescue. There's a lot of things that have to happen where we can even assess where the need is. At the point where that comes in later, it's called mass care and emergency assistance. We do work with FEMA, who brings in a lot of nonprofit agencies and others to help set up stations. That's just a little bit later, though, once we have a better idea of the extent of the damage. And so those would have to be announced at that time. It's too early to know ahead of when and where that would be.
Mm-hmm. And I know you were here for Rita and saw the damages then that happened there. So do you think the recovery this time around will be tougher and maybe take longer than Rita, or what is your comparison to that?
Short answer, don't know for sure. It sort of feels like a ballpark to Rita, although it will go through faster. One difference in Rita, we had 50 years of tree growth. So that was very extensive damage. Now, it will be bad now, but there aren't quite as many trees, and they're at least as big, and maybe we're hopeful that means it's a little less damage, but I would say they may be comparable, and that's just my best guess at this point.
Yeah. And so for what is your number one piece of advice as people are able to come back and survey the damage left behind? What is your number one tip or advice that you'd give to them?
Well, the first one is don't rush back. Wait till it's safe. And then you can check your house, and then you may need to leave again because power outages will likely be very long. And so be patient, expect to not stay long, and probably have to head back out for a period of time and until power can be restored. And I know people don't want to hear that, but it's very unsafe to come in too quick while things are still in recovery mode.
All right, and can you just give us a little bit of an update of what you're seeing right now outside, the conditions?
Sure. I'm actually looking out the window of our 901 Lakeshore building where our Emergency Operations Center is, and quite literally in the last 3 minutes, the winds have picked up. I think the first band of tropical winds are hitting downtown Lake Charles as we speak, so it's only going to intensify. We understand from the Weather Service, National Weather Service, landfall will probably be near 1 a.m. this morning, which means winds will pick up long before that.
All right, well, I just want to thank you so much for taking time to speak with us, and you stay safe out there, okay?
Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate
All right.
it.
Now I'm going to toss it back to Wade.
All right, thanks a lot, Lindsay, and we're good. There's a look at the wind speeds. We're looking at our tower cam, our sky cams from what we normally show you on TV. There's Lake Charles, northeast 32, now 48. Westlake 43 mile-per-hour wind gust, and out of an east to northeasterly direction. The South Lake Charles Skycam, I will admit that camera is shielded somewhat because of the building, so please don't think that, things are good in South Lake Charles, because it's not. Jennings, 30-plus mile-per-hour wind gust at times, so all of these numbers are going to continue to fluctuate rapidly as the hurricane gets closer and closer to landfall, and it's that wind there. When you're over 40-mile-per-hour winds, that's enough to knock tree limbs down, and that's when you begin to talk about those power outages, and of course it'll only get worse when the winds go even higher up to hurricane force. That's when you talk about whole trees that can be brought down. That's when you really deal with the even more significant wind or power outages. There's Jennings now 30+ mile per hour winds, and that camera does shake a lot even on a quote unquote calm day. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one fares up there as the winds increase, I think. So we're going to keep an eye on those, and we'll keep you posted and continue to show those as well over the rest of the night. As long as we have the ability to show those to you, we will do it, because I know it gives you kind of an eye as to what it looks like outside, at least in those specific locations. There's the radar again. We're still tracking a tornado warning that's in effect for the southeast portions of Calcasieu Parish. And again, please remember, there's going to be more of these, and I know it's beginning to rain fairly heavily. You could actually see it on the sky cams that rain was falling. So just use caution. Please, if you're along I-10 or points south, I think it's safe to say you need to be in your safe place now and just stay there. You may not have to get to that safe room that I mentioned just yet, but at least plan on staying inside. I know the temptation is there to want to go outside and look. Trust me, I'm a weather nerd and would want to go out and look at it too, but it's just not the safest thing to do. If you must do it, please do it in short amounts of time, and don't do it for very long. Don't stay out there for too long, because things are just going to continue to get worse and worse. And Jacob's doing another measurement, because we're trying to keep you posted on that as well, and we'll continue to measure that. Looks like now about 45 miles or so from Cameron to where the center of the eye is located, so getting closer and closer. Cinnamon Cornell joins us now again.
Yes, Wade, thank you so much. So we're on the phone now with the mayor of Sulphur, Mr. Mike Danahay. Now, Mike, just to start off, tell me, what are you seeing right now? Where are you at? Just any of those details.
Oh, sure. I personally here at City Hall, we decided to shelter here. I have various essential personnel that are housing at other facilities across the city. That's kind of where we're at right now with this.
Now, we've gotten a lot of questions on social media about what it's looking like in Sulphur. Do you have any view of outside right now? Do you see the wind picking up?
Yes, we actually just came in from outside. The wind has picked up. The rain is increased somewhat. And so we're just kind of watching it and see what happens. Like I say, we're kind of just hunkered down and waiting to see the outcome of this storm. Yeah.
Now, heading into this storm, what did the preparations look like?
Oh, gosh, we started prepping with this for a couple of weeks ago when those storms started approaching the Gulf. We started doing some things here. We put our emergency plans in place, activated those plans, started making preparation for our first responders and our public works people to be able to respond to this catastrophic crisis.
Now, in regards to any evacuations, did you happen to see any of your residents evacuating? And if so, what did that look like?
Yes, it was. I think it was a much slower evacuation than we would normally have. And as the storm intensity increased, we started to see people starting to evacuate. So they were evacuating over a period of a couple, 2 or 3 days now, whereas I think before they would have been evacuating all at once. And so we did see much more people start to leave today, just as well as the reports started coming in at the intensity of the storm.
Now, we're coming into those very pivotal hours before landfall. Are there any plans in place for any water rescue efforts?
We do have a hot water vehicle that we can use for that purpose. Certainly, we hope that we don't have to, but if we do, we are prepared for that.
Yes, sir. And as of right now, are there any reports of any high water or just any standstill water in the area?
Not as of yet. It's still early, so we are prepared for that. And if we have to, we will react to that.
Now, we've been speaking a lot about Hurricane Rita and what we've learned from that hurricane back in 2005. What can you say that you learned from that experience that going forward into this hurricane applies?
Well, for me, I happened to be on the police jury at the time that Rita came through, so I got to see it firsthand, and so that was very beneficial coming into this event. A little bit different being in the leadership role that I am, that we're having to make decisions on an hourly basis sometimes of how to prepare for this, and it's always shifting. Every storm has its own identity, and so we have to be prepared for whatever it brings to us. And so we do have great assets here, and it's been wonderful to work with the executive policy group to be able to prepare for this and know what other entities are doing, governmental entities, as well as industrial entities too. So it's been very helpful in going into this and preparing for this storm.
Yes, sir. And for any residents that chose to stay in Sulphur, for anyone that's listening right now, what do you want to say to your residents?
I just say that if you're here, please be aware that this is a major storm, and that basic services will be spotty at times, and that please be patient as we move through this.
Yes, sir. And I know that there's a lot of unknowns right now as we prepare for Hurricane Laura's landfall, but just going forward, what is that process going to look like in regards to recovery efforts?
Well, we have our personnel ready to go. Our first thing that we'll do is go out and start clearing routes so that people can come back in. That's one of the things we'll do. We'll make sure that basic services people are taken care of in the community, and so those are the things that we're going to look to do right away.
And Mr. Danahay, we've been talking a lot about shelters. Now, are there any shelters available in Sulphur? And if so, are those at capacity at this point?
No, we do not. We've worked with the parish and the state as far as sheltering people, but we do not physically have shelters here in Sulphur.
Okay. And sir, is there anything else that we didn't touch on that you think is important for people listening in to know at this point?
Well, I will tell you this: we've been overwhelmed with people who have reached out to us and wanted to support us and help us in any way, and we're very appreciative of that. And like I say, I hope that the citizens are just as patient going through this, and we'll make it through. It's inevitable, and we'll deal with it.
Yes, sir, definitely. Well, thank you so much for your time, Mr. Danahay. I appreciate it. Y'all stay safe, and if there's any updates, please just let us know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, I'm going to toss it back to meteorologist Jacob Durham.
Yeah, continuing to track the center of Laura, just around 45 to 48 miles off the coastline of southwest Louisiana, just south of Lake Cameron Parish, that is, right there along the coastline. You can see some of those heavy feeder bands, though, beginning to work their way in all the way up through the I-10 corridor. We just got an alert on my phone that I-10 is now shut down in both directions. So if you're thought about leaving, even at this late hour after we told you to evacuate earlier, definitely not the time to do so, as I-10 is now shut down, which you might expect, especially as some of these stronger winds are working their way through the region right now. We're seeing some of those gusts upwards on the sky cams of 45 miles per hour, which is tropical storm force, and these will continue to increase as we head throughout the rest of this evening, and especially reaching more of the hurricane force, especially along the coastline. We pulled up some of those velocities a little bit ago, and they were approaching 90 miles per hour along the coastline. Now, that's not necessarily meaning that they're actually reaching the ground, but with that heavy rain, that is very probable, especially with it being as close it is to our radar site there in downtown Lake Charles, area at the airport, regional airport that is. But you can still see plenty of heavy rain to go as we go throughout the next couple of hours, and we're going to continue to track some of these heavier rain bands moving through Lake Charles right now into Jennings, getting some reports of some very heavy rainfall now as well, and that's only going to deteriorate in terms of our conditions as we head throughout the rest of this evening and into the overnight hours. So right now is when you just want to get inside if you're still in Lake Charles or the surrounding area, and just hunker down in that safe place in the middle part of your house, as Wade was mentioning earlier, that you want to go ahead and treat this like a large tornado warning, and go ahead and bring in plenty of snacks, go ahead and bring in plenty of drinks as well, and then also go ahead and bring in like a bicycle helmet or a mattress. One, the mattress you can sleep on, and two, the bicycle helmet will allow you to stay protected in case any flying debris. But we've also been telling you to bring a hammer as well as maybe a crowbar. That way, if you have to kind of nudge yourself out, for instance, if something happens, then you can get out of the
place that you're at. But this is going to continue to deteriorate our conditions. You can see Jennings, a very heavy rain band beginning to move through, as well as downtown Lake Charles, back down to portions of Cameron Parish. We were looking at some of those cameras earlier, which we don't have now in Cameron, but it was showing that water level surge beginning to rise right there along Highway 82 in downtown Cameron. And that's where you can see some of that traveling issues beginning. And as we continue to see that strong southeasterly flow pushing up into the Gulf, we're going to continue to expect to see that. We'll kind of zoom in, slide up just a little bit. You can now see some of those lighter rain bands pushing up into the Oakdale vicinity, back down towards DeRidder, as well as Longville, Ragley, right along Highway 171 there, over towards Basile. Seeing some of that light to moderate rain, and while we might not be getting much in the way of wind, it could still be gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour. So tropical storm force conditions are going to begin to rise as we head over the next couple hours. Right now, currently 10:30 p.m. out there. We'll slide a little bit further to the north. Fort Polk, you can see for the most part you are dry. I'm going to step off screen just a little bit and find some of these wind speeds out there that we can take a look at, and we're going to see what we're experiencing across southwest Louisiana. So as
you pull that up, Jacob, I've actually just got a friend of mine, Jason Tarver, that give me this link. This is a camera that he has. He actually has 2 cameras at his home. He's in the Moss Bluff area, and that's a live stream of his home. That's of the Moss Bluff area, and you can see, looks like some rain is falling there for sure. But I don't see a ton of wind showing up just yet. It's breezy. I see a little bush there at the bottom of the camera that's at the top right of the screen, but certainly not too bad just yet there. But remember, Moss Bluff's a little farther removed from those stronger rain bands. So I just had that up and wanted to share that. Thanks, Jason Tarver, for sending me that link.
Yeah, absolutely. We love getting those live links and actually that ground truth of what we're seeing across the region, as we are, as you know, evacuated over to WAFB over here in Baton Rouge. But here's a look at some of those current wind speeds out there. We're looking at some gusts there towards Lake Charles. 45 miles per hour is what it's showing sustained right now. Gusts to 61, so definitely reaching that strong tropical storm force winds as well. Back over towards Abbeville, a little bit weaker, but in some of these deeper tropical rain bands that I mentioned was moving across Lake Charles, that's where we're seeing those stronger wind speeds. And they are out of the northeasterly direction, at least right now in Lake Charles. You can see 25 for Chenal, 26 over there towards the Sulphur region. So things are going to continue to worsen as we head throughout the rest of this evening. So go ahead, and if you are still in Lake Charles or that surrounding areas, as I mentioned, go ahead and begin to hunker down, because things are going to be on the decrease in terms of the overall overall weather. But here's a look at some of that footage out there as well. You can see some of the rain bands beginning to move through. Not really windy. Not sure exactly where that is, but that was some of those heavier rain bands beginning to move through portions of Lake Charles. Here's the latest advisory on Laura as of the 10 o'clock advisory. Right now moving towards the north-northwest at around here. And here's a look at back down towards South Lake Charles on our sky cams. This is back from our KPLC 7 studio. Right now not too windy there in South Lake Charles, but that's because it's kind of shielded by the building. Jennings, no easterly winds around 21 miles per hour. Let's see what it looks like as it comes back to Lake Charles, because I think it's going to be a little bit stronger. There it is. Northeasterly winds around 28 miles per hour. It looks like the power has...
The camera has had an issue because it's definitely moved. I'm going to see if
but
look at Westlake.
Yeah, Westlake right now 59 miles per hour. So that does provide ground truth that we are seeing tropical storm force winds, very strong winds there into Lake Charles. South Lake Charles right now kind of gusting upwards of 32 miles per hour. But this is just the truth that things are getting worse. We mentioned, you know, you might not see a lot of rain earlier this afternoon, but things are going to go downhill after we reach sunset. And here it is. Jennings right now into Lake Charles. You can see northeasterly winds around 28 miles per hour, but still it's shielded by the building, as Wade mentioned earlier. But right there it is. What Westlake is not shielded by, as it's on the Isle of Capri, gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour at times. That temperature sitting at 76 degrees, but you can see the rainfall falling as well. And this is just the start. We're going to expect to see stronger winds beginning to move through the region as we head into the overnight hours. And as I mentioned, right here is the latest advisory on Laura, the 10 o'clock north-northwesterly movement around 15 miles per hour. So it was sitting around 45 miles offshore the last time we checked, which would mean that it's going to be making landfall in the next 3 hours. So with it being around 10:37, we can expect somewhere around the 12:30 to 1 o'clock to 1:30 time frame, just depending on if it slows down just a little bit. Here's the latest look. A very symmetrical storm, very strong outflow with this. Tall cloud tops, that's meaning a very healthy system with strong winds. as you can see, 150 miles per hour. The good news, pressure came up 2 millibars, but that's still not going to really change the overall intensity of the storm. And with us being still on the eastern side to right in the direct path of the eye, we're going to continue to see that water continue to surge up the coast, and that's going to cause water level rises, as we were mentioning earlier out there. We'll go ahead and pull the radar back up one more time and kind of look at what we're experiencing across southwest Louisiana right now. Some of that heavier rain bands, as I mentioned, beginning to move through downtown Lake Charles. We looked at those sky cams, 37 miles per hour. It looks like some power flashes potentially there in the Jennings sky cam. It was off towards our right. It looks like some of that power did go off towards the left-hand side of that screen. Right now, Lake Charles, 48 miles per hour winds. You can see those rain bands feeding through the region. So, as I mentioned, if you're here, go ahead and get indoors. I expect power loss to begin to happen as we head through the rest of this evening as these winds continue to intensify. We've talked to several officials and people of importance in Lake Charles, and they're all saying that you need to stay safe if you're in there now. No need to go outside and check this out. I mean, both me and Wade, we're both weather nerds, as you could expect, because we do like things like this, but this is not something you want to play around with. 47 mile per hour winds there once again in Lake Charles. You can see the camera shaking. 49 there in Lake Charles, 47 in Westlake, gusting to 50 and even 60 at times. So definitely things going down here pretty quickly. And if we look at the radar one more time, you can definitely see those stronger bands moving through Lake Charles. That's what's causing those issues out there with those wind speeds gusting upwards of, say, 50 to 60 miles per hour. And as that eye approaches the Cameron coastline, you can only expect those hurricane force winds to begin to move onshore. As I mentioned, we were looking a little bit earlier, around 70 to 90 mile per hour winds already there, and that's outside the eye wall. The eye wall, though, is quickly approaching. I'll do a quick little track on this. We'll stop it here and look exactly how far the leading edge of the eye wall is from the Cameron coastline. It's not far at all. Here's a look at it, about 8 miles off shore. So if you're in Cameron, Grand Chenier, Holly Beach, over towards Johnson Bayou, you can go ahead and expect these conditions to go down very quickly. We're going to begin to see some of those very strong winds. Look at all these tornado warnings that are out. I know a lot of this happens with these tropical systems. They're very quick spin-ups, but pretty much all along the Cameron coastline, there is a chance for some spin-ups inside these embedded inside of these storm cells out there, and we're going to continue to watch those come ashore as we head over the next couple hours, moving off towards the westerly direction as they continue to wrap around the center of Laura. But even up here into Lake Charles, back towards Welsh, towards Kaplan, we could even see some tornado warnings out of this as well. These very strong cells beginning to move through. That's what's causing some of those very strong winds in downtown Jennings as well as Lake Charles. There it is, 47 mile per hour winds there in Lake Charles. Westlake still sitting around 50 miles per hour, gusting higher, upwards of 60 at times. You can see that rain continuing to pelt the camera out there, and this is what's going to be around for the rest of this evening. South Lake Charles Skycam a little bit shielded by the building there, but still 15 mile per hour winds, even that camera beginning to shake, so that's indicative of those strong winds. There it is, Jennings easterly direction around 61 miles per hour. I mentioned heavy rainfall moving through the region, and it looked like we had a couple, there's 64 now into Lake Charles, so that's some of the higher wind gusts we've been seeing, and these are all associated with that feeder band moving through Lake Charles as well as Jennings.
Yeah, and I want to add the issue of again, what I've stressed numerous times. Please think about that safe spot in your home. And now that the wind speeds are beginning to increase across the area, especially more where I'm afraid we have more population that's experiencing this, please think about that safe room in your home. I had a friend of mine even saying, hey, remind folks about that again, of one, an interior room of your home, bathroom, closet, something like that, preferably without windows, but the smaller room would be better, even if it has a window, but of course without would be much better. Take the mattress with you into that room. Take an extension cord and leave it plugged in, of course, and leave your phone plugged into that to keep it charged for absolutely as long as possible. Of course, if you don't have power anymore, that's a moot point, but please do that. And you know, one thing that just dawned on me I should have added to that list is a flashlight. I know phones come with flashlights in them nowadays, but remember that burns your battery. So if you have an old-fashioned flashlight, probably a good idea to take that with you as well. definitely take some snacks, water, some sort of snacks with you, because you're going to be in there for a while. So you want to stay hydrated. You want to have energy as you're in there. If you have a bicycle helmet, remember, you can wear that too, especially when things get really bad. That will add another layer of protection to you as far as what the weather is doing. Now, the other thing, a hammer, crowbar, take it with you in there. Hopefully you don't need it, but the reason I'm telling you to do that, in case the winds get so bad that it destroys or even just damages the home you're in or whatever building you're in, if you have that hammer or crowbar, it may give you another extra layer of protection, because you can use it to help get yourself out. And there's some, is that live, or is that, that's a video from a little earlier this evening of, that's in the Lake Charles vicinity, and you can see the heavier rain that was ongoing as well. So again, that radar, or that hammer or crowbar, definitely a good idea to have in there. If you don't have one, think of anything you may have around your home that might be, you know, say maybe 2 foot long or so, that's a relatively good object you could use to help pry things. Most umbrellas are not going to be strong enough for something like that. Maybe a cane, a golf club, if some of you might be willing to part with one golf club or something like that. It's anything that could help you be able to get out. But most importantly, keep the phone charged. And I will also add to, if you have an actual radio, FM radio, not an app to listen to a radio station, but an actual FM radio. Remember, we're also simulcasting our coverage as long as our signal and their signal stays up on all the Town Square Media group over there. That's Gator 99.5, my friends over at 107 Jams, 92.9 and 92.1 FM. Our signal is going to be on there. Of course, minus a picture since it's radio. That's theater of the mind over there, but certainly it'll give you another layer of being able to listen to us.
Yeah, and speaking of that, as you were talking about keeping that cell phone charged, if we do go off air, or if we do go off of, say, the radio, keep that phone charged, because you can download the KPLC 7 weather app, and we're going to be streaming no matter what. So if you do lose the TV service as well as the power, you can always watch us on the KPLC 7 weather app. You can also watch us on Facebook. We're going to continue to be streaming on all of those services. So that's another reason to keep that phone charged and keep it at a full percentage. That way you can get aware of the updates of this storm as it continues to move through.
Yeah, absolutely. And one other thing I'll kind of add here, since we're talking to those of you that are still in Southwest Louisiana that have decided to ride this out. Remember that even if the cell networks have a big problem, they go down, unless the network is totally dead, usually text messages will go through, even if you cannot make a phone call. And of course, if we're getting to that extreme, you're probably not able to watch our stream either, because the 4G or 5G now would probably be down as well. But a text message will usually go through no matter what, as long as there is some signal there. So what my point is there, make sure you know somebody that's outside of Southwest Louisiana and let them know how you are. Try to stay in touch with them at least maybe every hour or every 30 minutes. You know, if it's maybe your parents or a relative, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, or even friend, maybe somebody even you're not so friendly with, let somebody know outside of Southwest Louisiana how you are. And by all means, if you get into a situation you need help, let them know, and hopefully they can try to relay help. But remember, help's not going to be coming, Jacob, for a while, because those crews are not going to be able to get out until the winds drop back below tropical storm force winds. They're not going to send firefighters or EMS out and put them in danger. So remember, you're not going to be able to call 911 and say, I need rescuing now. That's just not going to happen. That's why we've urged you to get out ahead of time.
Yeah, and that could be late tomorrow. That could be as late as, say, lunchtime or a little bit after, because we're going to still see plenty of strong winds, even as this center circulation moves off towards the north. It may be in Shreveport by tomorrow evening around 7 o'clock, but we're still going to be seeing wind gusts probably still approaching the 30-mile-per-hour range, but we can definitely go ahead and expect to continue to see at least tropical storm force winds through the lunchtime hour, maybe even into the early afternoon, especially for those areas to the north, especially north of I-10. Now, areas further to the south, it'll be a little bit earlier in the morning, but still, we're going to be able to see. It's going to be a while before those rescue crews can get out. I know we spoke to someone a little bit earlier about it, and they said, as Wade mentioned, below tropical storm force, which is below 40-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we're going to have to continue to watch, because right now, Lake Charles points south. You're seeing those winds well over 40 miles per hour, and that means if you are in need of rescuing across areas south towards, say, southern Calcasieu, Jeff Davis, as well as Cameron Parish, we're not really going to be able to give that help to you, because winds, as I mentioned, above 40 miles per hour. So if you do live in farther areas to the north, you may have at least a little bit of time before those stronger gusty winds begin to arrive. But you can see now they're approaching north of Lake Charles. We'll kind of take a quick look here and see right there, and we're going to continue to track those heavier rain bands beginning further to the north out there. Go ahead and get this off just real quick, but thank you, Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton. He's going to be sliding further to the north now. You can see north of I-10 where some of those heavier rain bands are moving through, but also we have these tornado warnings for Cameron Parish. I know that we've been talking about, we're going to probably see a lot of these coming forward into the next couple of hours with these bands as we continue to track at least some of those showers and storms moving through the region. Tornado warning for Cameron until 11:15. That's for that area that he just outlined. Anywhere in that general vicinity. This is moving off towards the north and the west, and really a quick spin up. These aren't like our typical storms that we track where we can definitely say, hey, there's a tornado here. These are very quick spin ups, and they move off very quickly off towards the north and the west as they wrap around the center of circulation. Here is a look at the center that is now probably around 40 miles south of south of the Cameron Parish coastline. So Cameron, you're about to get in the outer edge of that eye wall. That's probably sitting around 5 miles offshore. There it is, 38 miles offshore. So it's probably right around 2.5 hours from making landfall. It's moving off towards the north-northwest at 15 miles per hour. So go ahead and prepare for the next couple of hours, probably the next, say, 4 to 6 hours along the Cameron coastline of seeing those very dangerous conditions out there, and slowly beginning to move off towards the north as we head over time. But here in downtown Lake Charles, as well as the Jennings region, you can see some of those stronger winds. Looking at some of our sky cams out there back looking at our region, and we're seeing some of those gustier winds. Right there it is. Northeasterly winds there in the South Lake Charles region, around 33 miles per hour. But I will caution, it is still shielded by the Golden Nugget out there. And here looking across Jennings right now, 43 miles per hour with those raindrops on the lenses as some of those heavy tropical downpours begin to make their way through the region out there. And here is Lake Charles, at least a little bit calmer now. Still winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. We're not really seeing that heavy rain that we were earlier. There it is in Westlake. You can see that humidity value sitting right there at 100%. So very tropical. Winds gusting to 53 miles per hour there. And we saw gusts upwards of 64 miles per hour earlier. So that's just indicative of what these tropical rain bands, you know, we might not get sustained winds sitting at 64 at the moment. But as this center of circulation does begin to approach from the south, this is something that we're going to continue to be watching as well. Sliding up a little bit further to the north, you can see some of those heavier bands beginning to make it towards the Kinder region, back over towards Maryville and DeRidder, seeing those outer rain bands beginning to move through. So expect those winds to begin to pick up as well, around 20 to 30 miles per hour. And as you head further to the south, we'll get into those 40 mile per hour winds, probably around the Kinder region, but downtown Lake Charles, back over towards Welsh, Crowley, in the heart of some of these heavier rain bands, and those are where we're beginning to see those gusts upwards of, say, 64 to 65 miles per hour. So we're approaching hurricane strength, and as you slide a little bit further to the south, probably in South Lake Charles, right along the Cameron coastline, we're beginning to see some of those hurricane force winds working their way up. We took a look at the velocities just a little bit ago, and some of those velocities along the Cameron coastline within this little particular band was sitting at around 70 to 90 miles per hour. So definitely something we're going to continue to track. And those heavier winds upwards of 150 or more, that is beginning to make its way towards the Cameron coastline. And you can see those the outer edge of that eye wall beginning to make its way very close to the Cameron Parish coastline, probably about 5 miles or less. So I would expect conditions to very rapidly deteriorate, especially along, say, Johnson Bayou, Holly Beach, into Cameron, over towards Grand Chenier as we head over the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes as this begins to make its way onshore. But even if this eye begins to move over your area, we've talked about it before, we don't want you to go out there and take pictures, because you never know how long this eye is going to last. You could be right on the very edge of this eye, and you could just get a brief, 5-10 minute break from the 150-mile-per-hour winds before the back edge begins to slam into your region. So this is something that we're going to have to watch. If you go through the whole eye, it's around 20 miles to 30 miles wide. So this is something that we're going to have to watch, because that could mean that you get 2 hours worth of break in terms of these intense conditions. But I remember Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton was saying earlier this afternoon that they got on the back edge of, they really never got in the full eye of Rita whenever it was moving through, and those winds kept pounding them, and that's going to be the most intense part of this storm. So this is something to take seriously. This is where those hurricane force winds really begin to move onshore. If we can take those sky cams back up, we'll see if we're looking at some of those stronger winds once again. Westlake looking at the easterly direction around 21 miles per hour. Back over towards South Lake Charles, it looked like there was a flash there as well, maybe some lightning, maybe a power flash. We'll get back around to that. Northeasterly winds there in South Lake Charles around 21. Gusting now into Jennings upwards of, say, 33 miles per hour, but it was gusting upwards of 60 not too long ago. Now it's back up to around 40 miles per hour. There it is, a look across Lake Charles, gusting to 50 miles per hour now. So very strong tropical force, storm force winds making their way through the region. There it is, Westlake. Probably just looks like all the power is still on across Lake Charles.
Yeah, so far, we may see these little flashes occasionally. Sometimes it's lightning, sometimes it may be some tree limbs that may get kind of caught in some of the power lines, but as long as it doesn't blow a transformer, though, that one you'll know. That one is a very prolific, very kind of bluish green, a light illumination in the sky. And of course, if you're nearby one of those, it sounds very prolific to hear that explosion sound, and I'm sure it may be a little disconcerting to hear that tonight with what's going on. It's kind of shocking to hear one anytime. I've heard those myself when that happens, but I remember seeing those in Rita. It was about this time during Rita is when we started seeing those in Lake Charles. So I think it's only a matter of time before we'll begin to see those power transformers have issues, and maybe some interesting illumination of the sky due to those transformers.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be interesting if we had some of those cameras back down in Cameron to see how Cameron is faring, because they're really beginning to enter some of the worst part of this storm, and we could definitely go ahead and expect very strong hurricane, maybe category 4 strength winds beginning to move through, especially towards Cameron. You can look at the radar, you can see those darker reds. That's indicating very strong thunderstorms right around the center of circulation. And as we were tracking it back when we were back in Lake Charles around this afternoon, we noted the lightning around the center of circulation, and I'm sure there's lightning around some of these storms as well.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's quite a bit. Again, I think that some of the flashes we saw, I've been looking at another app that I have on my phone that shows that, and certainly can see some lightning definitely showing up. And I will admit, at some point, we may even lose this radar. This is at the Lake Charles Regional Airport. It's at the National Weather Service office, but there is no one there. So if there's any problems with this that's more than computer related, they're not going to be able to get this back up and running. So at some point, we may even end up losing the Lake Charles radar. Thankfully, there is still Fort Polk to the north, and if worse comes to worse, we have Houston as well as the Slidell radars, but those are going to be much farther away, so it's going to be a little harder to make out a lot, but they'll still be able to see the eye, so we'll still be able to track that, and we'll give you as much information as absolutely possible throughout the rest of the night. We're approaching the 11 o'clock hour now, and we'll have an update from the Hurricane Center, maybe momentarily. It may be in there now. If not, it should be very soon. Again, it's not going to change the forecast at all, but they do update the position and wind speed and air pressure every hour now from the National Hurricane Center. And
yeah, the 11 o'clock advisory just came in. The pressure back down a millibar, but really that's not going to mean much, especially with it being close to landfall within the next 2 hours or so. Still moving off towards the north-northwest at 15. Winds sustained at 150 miles per hour. And if we were talking about it being a Category 5, but you should definitely treat this as such, because you're going to see gusts well above 150, probably 180 to maybe even 190 in some of the stronger squalls. So go ahead and treat this as a Category 5. 7 miles per hour difference is not going to make a difference. No. You're not going to be able to feel that. You're just going to know that it's very windy and it's causing catastrophic damage out there.
Yeah, and they always go back after the fact and reanalyze hurricanes in the off season. That's some of the things that they do at the National Hurricane Center. They'll go back and reanalyze this and see if maybe there was some data that would pinpoint that they might have missed in real time, and that sometimes influences the history books and whatnot. They do that with every storm, and usually everyone gets some slight adjustments here and there as they'll get new data in. And of course, there'll also be an extensive storm survey done on this after the fact. That way we'll know precisely storm surge was X amount, wind speeds this amount, how far inland the surge got. And I will say, I was reading their discussion a little earlier from the Hurricane Center, and they were stressing maybe even up to 40 miles inland with a surge in some places. That would be either along the Mermentau River system, including up by Unepike, or up the Calcasieu River system. And of course, that surge along the Calcasieu could go as far inland as southern Beauregard, southern Allen. We're not just talking Calcasieu. Now, that's going to be limited to folks right along the river. It's not going to be way away from the river. But if you're close to the river and are susceptible to flooding by a couple of feet of rise of water, keep in mind, even those of you in southern Beauregard, southern Allen could see that happen. We haven't focused on that as much, but it is an issue. But overall, it's more of an issue farther south for sure.
Right, exactly. And when we showed that storm surge graphic earlier this afternoon, it showed all the way up to the Topsy region, seeing some of that storm surge of, say, 9 to 13 feet. Now, it might not be that high as it gets that far, but with all the rain as well as the backlogging of these winds, as we continue to see that strong southeasterly flow, that's something we're going to continue to be watching. And really, it's going to be pushing all that water back on shore. If you caught our live stream a little bit earlier, we were showing you the Cameron Parish view right there along Highway 82, just east of downtown Cameron, right there at the gas station as well as the motel. And we were seeing some very strong some winds bringing some of that water on shore. Here's a look across Lake Charles right now, back into Westlake right now, 36-mile-per-hour winds, 31 now, 45. You can see some of those rain curtains beginning to make their way through. Good news is, looks like all that power is still on, but we were talking about it earlier in terms of as these more hurricane force winds begin to make their way through the region, that's when we'll begin to watch for some of those power issues to begin. And if you're living in Cameron right now, it's probably the time you're beginning to see potentially some of those power outages. Once again, there's a look across Lake Charles, looking back across the town hall. You can definitely see those strong winds right now, 38 miles per hour, 32 there in Westlake, but that driving rain still coming in as well. So definitely something very strong out there. Here's a look at the storm surge warning.
Yeah, this is actually, they've issued an extreme wind warning. This is something they do when we have landfalling tropical systems because of the eye wall. They used to call this an eye wall warning. Now we've gone to an extreme wind warning, but this is in effect for everywhere where you can see the purple coloration. Now, for those of you that may be listening to this, I will try to preface that, and I guess I should add, we need to try to be descriptive with that in case someone is not able to physically see us. That's all of Cameron, all of Calcasieu Parish, southern Beauregard, southwestern Allen, and about the southern and southwestern 3/4 of Jeff Davis Parish are under an extreme wind warning. What this means, and I'll read this from the Weather Service in case you're wondering, basically extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Laura are moving onshore, and this there will likely be, again, major wind damage anywhere in that area. So they issue that. That's going to mean we're probably not going to see many more individual tornado warnings in that area, because this is just going to basically encompass that idea unless they can absolutely pinpoint something. But again, that whole line or whole storm itself, the winds, the strongest winds are kind of pinwheeling out away from the storm, but that's where the strongest winds are definitely going to reside. Let's take a look at the Skycam again across the area, and we'll kind of show you those of what's going on. And it's good to still see lights shining across the area, still see plenty of lights. The wind is definitely howling, though, at the Westlake Skycam location for sure. That was lightning, I believe, there for sure. And even there at the South Lake Charles, that's the 210 bridge. You can see there in the distance. You can even see the lights, those new lights they put up on the bridge. Nice to have those because it helps us to see where the bridge is even at night like this. Jennings, definitely not as windy as it was earlier, but you can see some of those raindrops definitely hitting the camera lens. And there we're back to Lake Charles, now northeast at 45 miles per hour. Definitely very windy conditions out there. Northeast at 40 to 45. There's now 50 again at the Westlake camera location. So definitely a very, very windy night, and it's only going to get worse, folks. Please remember, it's just going to get worse. There's one of the DOTD cameras that they have that's on the I-10 bridge. You can still see a vehicle moving across the bridge at least, and definitely windy there as well. So and there may be some vehicles, I know we've listed it as closed, but they may allow a few things across, or at least emergency vehicles, public officials and whatnot. But when we're talking the winds being 40, 50 miles per hour, it's beginning to get unsafe to be on especially an elevated bridge like this, especially in a high profile vehicle, because, you know, if you're in something like a van or even bigger, like a semi, you have a ton of a surface area that's exposed to the wind. That's another reason they've kind of closed the roads, because it's just not safe to be in that situation, to be honest. So please stay off the roads. As I've said, please stay in your safe location. Stay there for the duration until we'll give you an all clear. And although I think you'll probably know when it's all clear, but we will tell you when it's safer to be outside. But even when it does clear up, when the sun comes up, remember that it's going to be a very different world you're going to be going out into. There's going to be all kinds of damage that's going to be out there. So please be mindful of what you walk out into or step onto later on tonight and really tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and along with that, going out to tomorrow morning, you're going to still see high water out there. It's not going to go away anytime soon. We're still going to see pretty strong winds all the way through early on our Thursday morning out of the south, so that's going to continue to push that water inland. There might be a time where at least some of the water recedes as we get kind of back on that western side of the storm, the more, say, southern side, as that wind does begin to wrap back around it. But until that happens, we're going to be dealing with that catastrophic storm surge potential as well. Looking to see where that is exactly, but you can see the camera shaking. Very heavy rain out there. It looks like I-10 at the Calcasieu River is where that particular camera is, but you can see still very gusty winds out there as well, heading
That's
towards
looking
the
toward the east. Okay. Yeah, toward the very right of your screen would be the lake itself, at least from what I can tell. That's got to be what we're looking at. If the camera's at the river, those poles have two cameras that they put up. One faces one direction, one faces the other. So that's what we're looking at. And toward the back there, where the street lights kind of curve to the right, that would be the overpass for Lakeshore Drive and toward Ryan Street, meaning our station wouldn't be very far off the screen over there, probably about where the DOTD logo is where our tower would even be. It would be right over there off the edge of the screen. So interesting to see. Good to see lights still shining. Absolutely. At least, and it's definitely breezy. Those cameras are shaking for sure across much of southwest Louisiana, and again, those are only going to get worse with time. So we're going to continue to track this for you, and we'll continue to watch it throughout the night. I'm going to step over and change this back to the regular radar, since we got the wind warning out. We may get another one of those later on tonight as it moves farther inland, but you can definitely see those rain bands are in there for sure. The rain there. I'll let you talk about it.
Yeah, and definitely, as Wade was mentioning, those rain bands in there up towards DeQuincy, as well as Kinder, back over towards Eunice as well. This is where those tropical storm force, those sustained tropical storm force winds are going to begin to make their way into the region out there, and you're going to continue to see that as well. You can see the Lake Charles radar, some of that eye wall beginning to make its way very, very close to Cameron Parish. You're probably beginning to feel those impacts right now as we are continuing to see plenty of strong winds, and I think Cynthia Arsenault is going to pitch us over. She's got some news for us.
All right, we're here into the stretch of this. Things still not quite to the point that they're going to get, but there's going to be massive deterioration.
It's going to get worse,
and
for
we don't want people to let their guard down. We know a lot of people are thinking, well, you know, we've heard from a lot of people in Lake Charles, Sulphur area. I talked to John Bridges. We talked to Julie Mesh, our operations manager, and they were expressing that, well, it's still kind of quiet. But this is not to let your guard down.
No, not at all. Yeah, things are definitely going to get worse with time as we go through the night tonight. This is just the beginning, I'm afraid. So, yeah, much worse. Please remember that it's just going to get worse with time. And
all right, we're going to go to Matt Houston now. I think he's at LaBerge. Matt.
As we're starting to see some of the familiar telltales of a hurricane, treetops starting to bend and move just a little bit, headed in this direction. And over behind me, large sheets of rain moving across the Calcasieu River one by one, almost like drawing curtains across the plants that are behind me, obscuring the view. In fact, one of these plants behind me, I could just barely see the lights off in the distance from the flaring that's going on right now. And we've told you all night long that those flames that shoot up into the sky, normally straight up and down, now they're parallel with the ground, just an indication of how windy things are. One thing we do want to point out is photographer Rick Porsche pointed out just a moment ago to me that the bright blue lights that are flashing way down the river further north, those belong to transformers that are blowing and failing at the moment, which is probably an indication that some of you have lost power at the moment. I'm not too sure on that, but I would imagine the folks back at the studio can clarify. But we have seen those eerie blue flashes of light, transformers failing. I want to point out also on the other side of me here, there's a little beach. It's a volleyball court at the L'Auberge Casino where folks are normally enjoying some time. Of course, nobody out there at the moment. When we got here today, it was pretty clear that things were fine, but right now it looks a lot different, and water is slowly starting to creep up into the sand toward the nets that are posted there. Probably hard to see from where the cameras are right now, but the water certainly moving up closer and closer into that court that looks a bit like a beach would. We're also seeing lots of white caps as the waves really crash up against the banks and draw water from one end of the river to the other as Hurricane Laura moves through. And it's an eerie sight right now, and certainly as things have gotten worse, the storm has intensified to a degree, and it's becoming more and more wet up here in this parking garage where we are. Rain is kind of bleeding in through these slits that I'm standing in front of, except on the other side of the parking garage, I'm getting wet from something that's happened about 40 feet away from me right now. So the wind is blowing strong. You can probably see some drops of water falling from the floor above us right now. Behind me, it's very wet in this garage, and it's interesting to watch the rain on the ground where it's collected into puddles swirl around as the wind whips around in every single direction. And so it's kind of fascinating to watch that go on, and a good indication of what the wind is doing at the moment. There's no clear direction. It's lots of rotation, which you would come to expect from a strong storm like this one, but wind definitely blowing. I haven't heard or seen anything crash or break at the moment. It's probably not hard enough right now to do so. I'm looking down at some of the cargo about the size of a boxcar beneath me, where lots of these trucks and ships would normally be loading their gear into the port of Lake Charles. There's one bright ship in the distance right now with all of its lights lit up, and that's kind of lighting this side of the Calcasieu River and allowing us to see what's going on. And at the moment, all you can really see is rain and the trees bending in the wind. So it's a very interesting thing to watch at the moment. It's calmer now than it was about an hour ago, but you would imagine that that will pick up. And of course, as I'm talking right now, the wind is starting to blow further into our direction. We're going to keep an eye on things right now and keep you posted on what this looks like. We're not leaving this garage for the moment, but we're kind of waiting out and seeing what we can see, and we imagine there will be some damage tomorrow to find. But right now, it's just watching Mother Nature do its work, and reeds on the banks bend in the power of Hurricane Laura. We'll send it back to you in the station now, guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Matt, for that report. And as you can see, the winds are kind of kicking up a little bit. You're seeing the water, a little bit of activity along the water there. Matt Houston reporting from L'Auberge. Normally a situation where people would be enjoying the evening and enjoying the nighttime air. Hopefully those people are hunkered down who got rooms at L'Auberge, Golden Nugget, the various places in Lake Charles, and they are settled. I know the administration over at both those places, both those locations, are going to try their best to make sure that all of the people who are housed in those rooms are pretty much safe. And what are we looking at right here?
That was one of the DOTD cameras. That's at I-10 and I-210, and I can't decide. I think that's the Sulphur side. I think we're looking west toward Westlake. Based on that's where I think that's looking. That's the on-ramp right in front of us in the foreground of the picture is the on-ramp from I-10 west to go back to 210 is where we're looking. So So.
But we're definitely starting to see the activity picking up as far as
We
the
are.
wind
And we just
and
got a
the rain.
report of 6,100 people without power at with Entergy services in
Calcasieu.
Parish. So
All right.
and those numbers are just going to
So
continue.
those
to escalate.
power outages will definitely be going up. You know, it's
That's
a little after 11 o'clock. So what? How many more hours before landfall?
We're 11. I think we got about 2 more hours or so before it makes landfall, which means things are going to continue to get worse at the coast. Jacob and I were both looking at a tweet from a fellow storm chaser, and it kind of looks like the water level in Cameron is significantly higher. Yeah, see if you can see if you can get that on there, because I know they had that up on there earlier somewhere. So,
Yeah, we had that downtown shot
That's the one
of
we were
Cameron.
looking at. We had a still shot of a comparison of what it looked like just at sunset versus now, and you could see the water level is significantly higher up some of those utility poles.
And for those people who are watching us this late at night, of course, you know, one of the variables that definitely comes into play during Hurricane Laura that was different from Hurricane Rita, we also have to take into consideration COVID-19, and we're in the middle of a pandemic. That's why you see us here with our mask on and everybody taking precautions. That was one of the things that officials had to account for as they were preparing to get people on those buses and getting people to safe shelter. And I think they're handling it differently this time by getting a lot of people, they blocked rooms, and they were trying to get people in rooms so that you wouldn't have that massive influx of people to shelters, because we do have to take that into consideration and be safe from COVID-19 as well as from Hurricane Laura.
Definitely so, and that's something that it's been a challenge for sure. I know for many of the local officials. Once again, there's the radar, the heavier rain definitely approaching the Calcasieu-Cameron Parish line. I see another band will slide over here and kind of move the radar up just a little bit. You can see even up into southern portions of Jeff Davis Parish now some very heavy rain likely falling between Jennings and Lake Arthur. And again, rain is a problem, yes, that it could cause some flooding itself, but it's the wind. That heavy rain will push down the wind from higher up. So definitely a problem that is going to be felt. I'm sure those of you between Jennings and Lake Arthur are probably feeling some pretty good wind gust. And anytime those winds pick up like that, it could get very windy and it could take out power fairly quickly. So keep that in mind. And I'm going to effort a phone call with a friend of mine here in just a moment that's in Lake Charles, and we'll see what the conditions are like there. I know they're getting worse for sure. And
we'll be hearing from your friend while you're talking about that. Hey, one of the things that we have to reiterate, and you touched on this before, you don't want people to be with a false sense of security when the eye actually comes over and they're tempted to perhaps go out and see what's going on, because things can change quite rapidly. Where they have that little calm, but before you know it, it can go from one point to the other just like that.
Yeah, and there you can see the eye right there. And if you were in the middle of it, you'd have a window of time, but it's really not worth going out, because you don't know what you're going to be stepping out into, to be honest. You don't know what debris may be right outside the door, so just don't do it. I know the temptation is there to want to, but trust me, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it to go and do it. You're not going to see a whole lot anyway, because it is the middle of the night. If this was during the day, the weather nerd in me would really want to do it, because it would
even then you should
it wouldn't be safe. But trust me, it would be more interesting during the day, because you could go from rain, storms, horrible weather, to the sun could even shine, to right back to catastrophic winds within a short amount of time. But
when this landfall happens, how many hours are we expected to have just a pounding of Hurricane Laura?
The eye itself's about 25 miles wide, so it's going to take over an hour for the eye to pass over, and the hurricane force winds between 75 to 80 miles kind of around the storm, more on the east side or right side of the track, but it's definitely there. So, you know, roughly that's at least a 5-hour window or so, just a quick little bit of math at 15 miles per hour. So that's going to move north. So I would say 4 to 6 hours with hurricane force winds.
And what happens to the people further up north as you get into Shreveport and Arkansas and those types of places?
It's definitely going to weaken when it gets that far north, but it's still probably going to be either a very low end hurricane, maybe even a tropical storm once it gets to Shreveport. If it's a tropical storm, it's still going to be very strong, just below hurricane strength.
And you still can get a lot of damage, and God forbid, you can even have injuries and fatalities.
And you can get those tornadoes, and that's when they become even more prevalent up there, because it becomes more, the tornado can do more of the damage than the actual storm. But yeah, that all is very goes farther inland. People think that it's a coast event only, and it's not. Tropical systems do go farther inland and do cause damage way inland too in some cases. Each one of those is different, but they can produce catastrophic flooding in some areas way inland from rain, not from storm surge, obviously.
Are hurricanes becoming stronger?
You know, you can't argue with the fact that there's been 2 Category 5 hurricanes or we had one, Michael, this one very close. You know, they're certainly getting stronger for sure. Now, whether or not that's because we're getting stronger or because we just didn't know what storms did more than 75 years ago and we had good technology. You know, we ran a Heart of Louisiana story a couple of weeks ago about that hurricane that hit the New Orleans area during the War of 1812. Obviously, they said even in that story that that was worse than Katrina, but we have no real data of it. We don't know that the winds were this, storm surge was that, and even storms even into the mid 1800s. You know, there's been many hurricanes that have made landfall that, you know, they don't know the full extent because the weather network just wasn't there. You know, the population wasn't there. So, but yeah, I mean, if you just look at the numbers, for sure, we're seeing more stronger storms, but we are in a cycle of increased storms anyway, and have been for a long time. So, you can debate what's causing that. It's a whole host of things for sure, but it's definitely happening. The Gulf very warm, and the Gulf has a history of producing storms like this. This isn't uncommon, even in previous times in the past. You know, storms traditionally blow up quickly, not just in recent time. Camille is a good example to go back more in time, and a storm like even go back way to the 1900s, the 1900 hurricane that hit Galveston. So, you know, storms happen. So.
Yeah, we actually got some video from actually a hurricane tracker. This is on my Twitter account. I know it's hard to see, but this is what we're going to be looking at here in terms of our Twitter. Pull that up just real quick. Over there you can see that it is, you can see as you look at that, that is Cameron Parish, just east, that's on Highway 82, just east of downtown Cameron. That's earlier today, but check out that storm surge. I know it's very hard to see. This was actually captured from a lightning strike, but you can see that storm surge where some of those signs are. It's as high as that now. So what that means is that these storm surges are increasing. We're seeing water level rises pretty significantly out there, and we're going to continue to track that for you as well. That's what we've been considering our main concern pretty much this whole time. I'm going to go ahead and go back to the radar real quick, and I'll put this in a loop. And you can see the very strong eye wall beginning to make impacts into Cameron Parish right there. Very heavy rain, very heavy winds, gusting to 150 and sustained at 150 at times, especially right there in the center of that eye. And then as we go into the next couple hours, this is going to be making landfall probably within, say, the next half hour to an hour as it approaches Cameron. We'll go ahead and do a quick track on this, and I'll show you just how far it is offshore from Cameron Parish right now. This is getting kind of down to the crunch time. You can see still right now around 30 miles from the coastline. So that's still moving at 15 miles per hour. That's still 2 hours away. So we're looking at a 130 type landfall, maybe a little bit sooner with that leading edge of that eye wall. But we're going to continue to track this as it does move in. Those strong Category 4 winds beginning to move their way in. Go ahead and clear this. And Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton has one of his friends back in downtown Lake Charles that he's going to have on for a call.
I do, and I have, and you have my mic on, Greg, now too, and this one. And we're getting ready, and I've got Buddy Russ from Gator 99.5. Russ, can you hear me?
I hear you just fine.
Awesome. And I've got the mic up here next to the phone. So, Russ, I know you're in South Lake Charles, just south of McNeese Street there. Can you tell us what you're experiencing?
Well, I tell you, Wade, I'm riding out with my parents, and I've never experienced, of course, I've experienced Ike and Gustav. I stayed around for that, which obviously nowhere near what we're about to experience tonight. Just the gusts that we're having here now, it's something I've never heard. The power of the wind that is blowing through these big old oak trees is something just unreal. So we're seeing a lot of wind. It's definitely been picking up over the last 20 or 30 minutes. We had gone live on our Gator Facebook page to try to show some of our listeners exactly what's happening back at home. And even in the middle of it, I caught a gust, and I was like, I just stopped, and I went, this is the most amazing thing. It's powerful. So if you are debating whether you wish you wouldn't have left, and you did leave, you made a great decision, because it's just going to get worse from here.
Yeah.
The rain is kind of on and off. When it does rain, it's like a good strong summer shower, and then kind of suddenly stops, and then here comes the wind again.
And power still on where you're at? Have you seen power flashes?
So we have power so far. We haven't seen a dip just yet or anything like that. My dad got a notification that it seemed like there was some power out near Preon Lake Road, but we haven't even had a little bit of a dip in our electricity as of yet.
Very good. How much lightning? Have you seen much lightning or no? We heard. I haven't seen any lightning per se. A little bit of thunder when the wind started picking up, which kind of shocked me because it was definitely a good couple of claps of thunder. But other than that, we haven't heard or seen anything else. And I've been standing by the front door. Wade Hampton said, "Don't go outside," and I totally went outside a few times, but haven't seen any lightning as of yet. Well, good deal. Appreciate the info, and keep in touch. Send me text if you notice anything worse. We'll get you back on and talk to you again, Russ.
Absolutely. I appreciate everything you guys are doing with KPLC and us all working together.
Appreciate it, and thank you guys for putting us on your air as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. Everybody stay safe.
All right. Thanks, Russ. And I'm going to turn things over now to Teresa Smith, and you're going to take a phone call as well, I believe.
And I'm trying not to breathe on Wade because we need him. Not that I'm sick or anything. I have Mary Ann Tierney, who is the FEMA team leader, who is from Philadelphia, but she's already on the ground in Lake Charles. Mary Ann, tell me, and she's at our Calcasieu OEP. Tell me exactly, what your plan is and how it's going over there at OEP.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. We are here at the OEP. We're with GOSEP and Calcasieu EOC, and we're here monitoring the situation with them and discussing what their post-storm needs might be, and then working with the team in Baton Rouge to make sure that those resources will be ready to arrive after the storm.
Okay, well, and now I know that you know that one of the most difficult things about going through something like this is that all of us who are away from our homes, we're desperate when after this storm passes, we're just desperate to find out, what happened to our house, whether it's still standing and how much damage there is. What advice would you give to people as far as, what they should do first?
Yeah, that's a great question. First thing is to be safe. So it's important that you follow the directions of local officials after the storm. And if it's not safe to re-enter your area, you should not do that. When you are able to safely re-enter, you should make an effort to document damage by taking pictures and also contacting your claims adjuster so you can begin the insurance process.
Well, and I know that so often people are so anxious to get back and see what has happened. I think maybe to some extent they think that, there's a tremendous deadline, over their heads with respect to getting assistance. Tell me what kind of FEMA assistance is available and what people are going to have to do to get it.
Currently, President Trump has declared an emergency for several parishes within Louisiana that is making available reimbursement for parish government emergency response efforts. Currently, individual assistance, which would provide help to people, to individuals, has not been activated. And so at this time, there is no FEMA assistance available for individuals. However, post-storm, we will be working with GOSEP to conduct assessments and then process I imagine, a request for a major disaster declaration.
Okay, so there's a big distinction. A lot of what you're doing right now, or what the reason an emergency has been declared, is in part so that our local governments can get reimbursement for the money they're spending now. Is that right? What are some of the things they're spending money on right now that they wouldn't normally?
Well, so, for example, the National Guard, police and fire overtime related to the storm response effort, sandbagging, evacuation, and sheltering are examples of the things local governments, like the parishes, will be able to seek reimbursement for.
Okay, so once again, just to wrap up, what do you think are some of the services that FEMA will be able to provide the public, and what do they need to do to apply or whatever? Who should they go through?
Well, right now, as I mentioned, that has not been declared by the president, and the president is the one who makes that decision. So what I would encourage people to do right now is, number one, to stay safe. We are about to begin the worst part of the storm, and it's really critical that wherever you are, that you are hunkered down and that you're in a safe location. And you should not leave that location until the storm passes, so that you can remain safe. And then once the storm passes, it's important that you be safe when you leave so that you're not encountering additional hazards. So, for example, if there is a roadway that is flooded, you should not drive through that flooded roadway. It's important that you turn around your vehicle and do not drive through a flooded roadway. You should not go near electrical wires that are down because they may be live. And you should also be careful around trees that may have been damaged in the storm and may fall at any moment. So it's important that you be aware of your surroundings and avoid any hazards like the ones that I mentioned so that you can continue to stay safe.
Okay, Marianne, well, listen, thank you so much for your help. We'll be talking to you in the days, weeks, and probably months ahead. We're going to go ahead and turn it over to our Jillian Corder, who is still in Lake Charles.
Again, still here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office, where the conditions are continuing to deteriorate. I know you keep hearing those terms, but that's exactly what it feels like out here. We started shooting today around 3, 4 o'clock, looking at the conditions and seeing what it looked like in Lake Charles, and significantly every hour on the hour there's something new. Right now, this misting of sheets of rain. I don't know if you can see this at all. And big gust of winds too that you can see for sure. If you can see that at all. We're going to wipe off our camera lens real quick because being out here is certainly getting wet for sure. But sheets of rain are coming down, large gusts of wind. It's actually kind of beat up the plants here in the front of the sheriff's office. I'm actually going to walk just over here. I want to show you something. These are the storm doors here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. They've already closed one of these storm doors tonight. There's only one door left open for people to be able to get in and out, and soon they will be closing those. The sheriff tells me that as soon as those doors start to rattle, they're going to go ahead and close in those storm doors. That means our crew are going to be inside. So they're going to close these storm doors pretty shortly because already you can hear the wind just howling through those storm doors right now, and the storm doors are already starting to rattle pretty heavily. Sorry about that. Again, rain out here is pretty bad. Let's take a look over here. Brady, if you can point the camera, just look at those sheets of rain coming down. Again, this is a live look of what's happening right now in Lake Charles at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office, and this is just a small snapshot of what it looks like all over the parish right now. You can see the wind coming off of this bus. This is a transport vehicle if we have to leave the sheriff's office at any point. You can see this white vehicle right here, and you can just see the wind coming off of that. Beside it is their tactical response unit. That's that large black vehicle you see right there. It's outfitted with just about everything. It's got lights on top. Lots of people can fit inside it to be able to help rescue people. And there's a battering ram on the front end of it as well in case they need to break through anything. They have chainsaws in many of their vehicles. They're ready to try to, as soon as the storm passes, when this is all over with and they're trying to get back through, they are going to try to clean up the debris as soon as they can so they can actually get to people in their homes, get to some of those people who might need help. Again, this is just one of their units. They also have high water vehicles and things of that nature in case they need to rescue anyone from the storm surge. But again, the conditions quickly deteriorating out here. The winds really picking up. The rain just coming down in absolute sheets. And soon we will be inside for the night for the duration of the storm behind a storm door that's going to be closing pretty shortly here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. The sheriff and his deputies right now, I don't know if you could tell, but the parking lot is full. That's how many first responders are here in this building right now. The sheriff and many of those deputies right now are trying to get some rest. They're unable to get out right now and actually help people in this storm if they were to call and need some help. There are some people that are out able to do that, but many of these deputies are trying to get as much rest as possible because they know as soon as the storm is over, they know they're going to be needed. They know that there's going to be some rescues involved, so they're trying to get as much rest as possible inside. So yes, pretty soon we'll be back in. The storm doors will come down, and we will be inside for the duration of Laura. And again, I know Wade just talked about it a second ago. We're talking about hurricane force winds for upwards of 4 hours at least here in the area, and the wind really is picking up big. You can certainly see it around here. This is not something you want to be out in at all. So pretty soon we're going to be making our way back inside for the evening, but we will keep you posted here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. Back to you guys.
We're back here. Thanks a lot, Jillian, for that report from there at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. I will say I got some information from a friend of mine, went to Moss Bluff for a while, law enforcement official, so don't think that it's safe to do that. He had to go up there for a little while and said there was a lot of wind, some tree limbs down on 171, and that the power was out on Broad Street from the Lake Charles Police Department all the way to Highway 14. And also in front of the 210 overpass all the way out to near Chenault. So power was out in that vicinity. So again, that's probably that chunk of power that we mentioned a minute ago that was over 6,100 in Calcasieu Parish without power. And there's a live look from our sky cams back in Lake Charles. The South Lake Charles, we were watching it while Jillian was talking, and you could definitely see what looked like some power went out on the right side of the picture, which would be toward the Sulphur Westlake vicinity, and maybe even some of the industry. There's downtown looking back to the east, and definitely looks like power is okay there in that vicinity, but it is definitely very windy. Winds not as extreme as earlier, but remember, the wind is never a static thing in tropical systems. You go from very extreme, back down, back up, but the overall trend is usually with time as you progress with a landfalling tropical system, it does gradually get worse. Now 42 miles per hour in Jennings. So again, things definitely continuing to go downhill, and those winds will only get worse with time as we go through the rest of the night. There's a look at the radar, and you can see the rain, and we're getting closer and closer to that landfall. Officially now, Jacob's got it measured about 26 miles or so off the coast of Cameron as far as the storm surge, or as far as the center of this eye is concerned. So I'd say that's about an hour and a half from now. We're at 11:30, so that still fits our timing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. And some of those stronger winds definitely go ahead and coming ashore there in Cameron. You can see they're right on the outer edge of that eye wall. That's where you can expect to see some of those winds going ahead and approaching 150 miles per hour as that storm is still Category 4 storm. We'll go ahead and pull up the latest advisory on this as of the 11 o'clock one. Still sitting at 938 millibars worth of our pressure, and that wind sitting at 150 miles per hour. You can see, I'll go ahead and drag this to where kind of the exact timing there. You can see very close, a lot of convection. A very large storm is what we're tracking here as it does approach southwest Louisiana. You can see that well-defined eye beginning to move almost onshore to Cameron Parish, as we talked about just a minute ago, about 26 miles. So still looking for a landfall right around 1 o'clock in the morning. So definitely very scary times out there. Here's a look at those winds. We talked about some of those power outages. This is the reason why. Right now looking 47 mile per hour winds there in Lake Charles. 64 is our gust. So we're sustained at tropical storm force right now, gusting not quite to hurricane strength, but we're getting pretty close to that. And I expect as we continue to see that center of circulation working its way inland, those hurricane force winds definitely going to be approaching. You can even see inland now, Fort Polk gusting to 23 miles per hour. DeQuincy still around 24, but 47 there, and Chenault sustained still around 32 in Sulphur. The only real reading I'm seeing staying very steady right now in that tropical storm force winds is there in Lake Charles, but these winds still out of the northeasterly direction according to these, and that's something that's key right now. That's why the water really hasn't risen in downtown Lake Charles right now.
Yeah, I had somebody on Facebook message me on the work page, Wade Hampton KPLC, saying that where they live, they had not noticed a significant rise in water levels yet. So that's a good sign, but please don't make the assumption that that means it's not going to happen. It still is very likely to happen, and sometimes this can be delayed until the storm passes by. The worst of the weather may be beginning to taper off, but the surge can still come up. So please don't be fooled into some false sense of security by that, because yes, the northeasterly winds are definitely helping us in that regard. Now, it doesn't prevent it. I explained this earlier, but remember, the Gulf is being pushed toward the coast because of the hurricane offshore, but the winds are kind of counteracting that a little. But the overall trend, the water is definitely going up in places. It's a slow rise for now, but at some point it could become a very rapid rise. So those of you that may be near water and are thinking that you kind of dodged that bullet, if you will, don't be fooled into that. It could rise very rapidly.
Yeah, we took a look at that Cameron Parish picture a while ago, how quickly it rose there in Cameron Parish from nothing to the water-covered roadways, several feet deep, impassable there. And that's because we're seeing those southerly winds right along the coast. But as this center does begin to track off towards the north, these winds are going to be shifting more out of the southerly direction. So that could push that water well inland. Here is a look at that picture. Yeah, there it goes. You can see it actually kind of nothing there earlier this afternoon at daylight, but then by the time we reached the evening hours, very heavy rain, and it actually was caught by a lightning strike out there. That's how we got this view, as one of the people that are still there tracking the storm put a camera there. The power did go out, but that lightning strike allowed to illuminate what we're seeing out there, and you can see several feet of water. You can see where that white sign is. Well, that water is above that white sign because we can't see that anymore. So that's several feet above ground level. Definitely
so. And of course, that is a remote camera. There's no one there. Right. So don't feel like someone's being in danger to get this. There are a lot of storm chasers in Southwest Louisiana tonight that are getting lots of data. I was watching off camera another one that was driving up Nelson Road that was down near Women and Children's Hospital heading north. Now, unfortunately, I cannot show that to you on television because it is not for broadcast purposes. Those folks restrict those sometimes for obvious reasons. They make a living doing that, but definitely interesting to see that the power was still functioning where he was driving a few minutes ago. Traffic lights were on, street lights were on, at least on Nelson Road. Again, that was about 10 minutes or so ago when we were looking at that. So good news there. We even saw the what's called Doppler on wheels on our drive over here to Baton Rouge. We saw the Doppler on wheels from one of the universities. I'm not sure which one it was because it wasn't able to see it very well, and I was driving, and even then Jacob was watching it too, and couldn't really tell which university it was, but it was there for sure.
Yeah, I definitely know. I heard OU was in town.
It was probably them.
Yeah, it was probably them. Reed Timmer, I was watching some of his feed as well. Not sure where he was. Couldn't quite make it out, but it wasn't that bad. But I know he was in downtown Lake Charles near one of the parking garages earlier. So that is at least good news that we're not tracking a whole lot of at least storm surge in downtown Lake Charles at the moment. But as we mentioned, it can be delayed, and it very likely will be delayed as we head into the overnight hours. As these winds, you can see, still out of the northeasterly direction. Check that out now. Lake Charles, 72 miles per hour. That's gusting upwards of almost hurricane force. We're not quite there yet, but pretty much right there in Lake Charles. And you can see even over towards Jennings now, gusting up to 52 miles per hour. Chenault there at 45. So things going downhill rapidly, and that's going to be continuing. If we had the Cameron Parish wind speed, my bet would be that we're seeing well over 100 mile per hour winds there.
I would say it's a good bet that the winds are near 100, probably gusting over 100. Unfortunately, that data does not exist in our system anymore. That station went offline a long time ago, but not because of the storm. It was offline because of construction going on down in Cameron Parish. But yeah, those winds are going to continue to increase. And I know we're not technically covering the Baton Rouge vicinity, but you can see those over on the right side of the screen. That you can see even Gonzales showing a 30-mile-per-hour wind, and even in Baton Rouge, that's just up the road from us here, 30-mile-per-hour winds as far as the wind is concerned there in the Baton Rouge vicinity. And there you can see the radar one more time across the area. That eye wall is really beginning to scrape the Cameron Parish coastline, and we're going to move the radar over and try to zoom in on here. We'll play with the function here a bit. There we go. And you can see the eye wall itself definitely beginning to run right along the Cameron Parish coast from Cameron all the way over toward Grand Chenier. You can see that's going to be catastrophic wind now coming across the coastline. And we have WAFB reporter Matt Houston. He is at L'Auberge. And Matt, we'll send it to you for another report from Lake Charles. And of course, this is a big team effort that we have, the KPLC 7 Storm Team, and we also are here at WAFB, which is in Baton Rouge, our sister station. And this is Jay Grimes. He's the chief meteorologist for WAFB. And Jay, thanks for coming down and talking to us. And tell us what you've been seeing, because you've not been as busy as we have been, I think, and probably been able to look at some off-camera data.
No, that's a fair statement, and particularly when you think about the fact that you guys are also looking at what's coming to your own home. It's easier to be at a distance and watching and reporting here. And, you know, one of the things that folks here in Baton Rouge are trying to get a handle on is how devastating this storm is going to be. I mean, a lot of people seem to think they have an idea of what Rita was like. And the old timers think all the way back to Audrey. And I know you guys have covered this. But now we're talking about a storm that's going to make landfall with winds 30, 35 miles per hour higher than what occurred during Rita. And if you look at the sort of the engineering, that wind speed difference is roughly equivalent to a doubling of the damage potential. And that's just mind-boggling. And so everyone in the Baton Rouge area, everyone in our viewing area is sending their prayers out to you folks and the folks in southwestern Louisiana, because we get it. We know what you're dealing with. We're looking at here what will be probably the second strongest hurricane to ever hit Louisiana, not just southwest Louisiana. Yeah. This is truly a historic event for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were talking about the wind, and, you know, the surge probably, too, is going to be up there on the scale of even worse than Rita.
You know, even if they're off by 10%,
right?
We're talking about a surge that effectively is going to be 1 to 2 stories high. And, you know, one of the things I tell, especially when we speak to kids, is to give them a perspective of what water weighs. If you were to take your home refrigerator, lay it on its side, and fill it with water, it would weigh almost 2 tons. Now, think about that box on the ground and then stack, you know, thousands of them. So, you know, a lot of folks kind of think, well, water doesn't have all that much energy. Oh, the water will do more damage than the wind.
And that's where the wave action really acts like a wrecking ball.
On top of that surge. And the other thing is, I mean, as flat as it is over here, it is even flatter on your side of the state. And so now we're talking about inundation that's going to reach the interstate. Potentially the whole city of Lake Charles taking on water. It's not something that we can get a perspective on from the hurricane standpoint, but we do have a sense of the water from our 2016 flood event. So we kind of get the idea there, but we didn't have the wind with the water.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting to see how things. It's interesting to see the power still up at least, so we're able to get the visuals from some of our sky cams at least. But you know, I know that's going to come to an end soon. It's just a matter of time.
No question about that. And you know, I think at this point now the question is, what is the recovery time after the event? The damage potential here is really a no-brainer. So how long before first do you get back in, and then when you get back in, how long to recover?
And what are we going to find when we get there too?
Absolutely,
you know, you know, I'm myself a homeowner, and I know many of you that are watching that may be evacuated. I know the same thing. I've had several friends. What am I going to come back to? And my answer is, I don't know.
We really don't know.
There's no way to know that because there's just too many variables.
You can't look at Rita and say that's what we'll be coming back to. It's most likely to be much worse.
Yeah, just because a building survived Rita does not mean it's going to survive this storm.
Right. Exactly.
Nor does the reverse mean true. You know, because a building didn't. You know, if something was nearby, doesn't mean things are going to be worse either. So there's just too many variables with that individual thing. But
well, let me tell you from a standpoint of all the people in the Baton Rouge and the WAFB viewing area, we all are sending our prayers, our best wishes to you. For those of you that in the fringe areas that decided not to evacuate, hunker down and ride it out. It will be over soon. But for those of you that have left town and are trying to figure out what you're going to do, don't force your way back in too quickly. It's going to be a while before that water gets out, because even after the storm goes through there, we're still going to have winds that are going to support or delay the ability for that water to drain.
Yeah, I know one spot in Sulphur for sure where Bayou Den crosses I-10 is going to be impassable, I'm afraid, for at least through much of the day tomorrow. And there's our sky cams now. You can see there, Jay, and looks like power has gone out across a significant portion of Lake Charles now. At least the cameras are still up. That's a good sign, but I see less city lights available. That's the 210 bridge, what little few lights you can still see on it. And Jennings still looks good, but of course Jennings a little farther removed from that storm. As we come back to Lake Charles, looking east from downtown, we have lights, but notice the wind gusting to 45 to 50. And there's the West Lake. There were definitely lights visible on the right side of that earlier.
And that could be maybe potentially because of the heavy rainfall coming through. Because I know, obviously, we still saw that the lights were on in downtown Lake Charles, but there towards maybe the lakefront, towards the Civic Center, those lights now potentially out.
Definitely so. Well, we appreciate, Jay. Thank you for letting us come and take over one of your weather computers and coming and taking over the newsroom, and everyone at the WAFB family.
Well, it's more than our pleasure and our deepest sympathies to everyone that lives over in that part of the state.
This is where being a part of a great company like Gray Television comes in handy. We can come and use resources from other stations, and we're going to have more resources. You'll see other faces that you may not recognize from some folks in the coming days, I'm sure, from our Gray team. But Jay, thank you very much.
All right, guys. Good luck to you and your families.
All right, thank you. And we're going to turn things over to reporter Lindsay Thompson. She's going to come in, and I believe you have an update on Allen Parish, correct?
Yeah, on the phone with Allen Parish Sheriff Doug Abear. Now, Sheriff, could you just tell us a little bit about the conditions that you're seeing and how it's kind of going over in Allen?
We're just now starting to get some strengthening winds. It's definitely starting to deteriorate now. In fact, we're in the process of pulling our guys in off the road here in the next few minutes and get ready to hunker down and wait this thing out. Get ready to take off in force in the morning and see what we got.
And so, speaking of in the morning, what kind of recovery and rescue are y'all expecting after the storm has passed? Because we're hearing a lot of predictions that it might be even worse than Hurricane Rita. So, could you give me a little idea of what y'all may see in the morning?
Well, luckily for us, our rivers are down a good bit, which that wouldn't affect us right off. I fully expect to have power loss here in the next few hour or two. We have, of course, we work extremely well with the fire departments. We have National Guard staged and ready to go. And I have double patrol units and everybody else, and as soon as the moment that weather permits, we're going to strike off in all four corners and try to start getting the folks and assess what needs and what damages we have.
Mm-hmm. And if you could give a piece of advice to anyone that has stayed tonight, that has chosen to not evacuate, what's your number one piece of advice that you'd give to them?
Right now?
Right now, yes.
Right now would be to move into those safe parts of your house, much as you would for a tornado, as they say, bathrooms, stairwells, those sort of things that are typically built a little stronger. Stay away from windows if you don't have them boarded up. And realize that in the morning that we will try to get to it as fast as we can. We very well may have to cut our way in. We'll see what kind of flooding we have, but I think our biggest concern and biggest hurdle will be in the morning will be down trees over roadways. Hopefully we don't have trees on homes and those sort of things, and realize we're going to be out without power for a while probably.
And do you have any estimation of when y'all will be able to start rescues up again, or are y'all just kind of playing it by ear?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's entirely up to the storm. The second that I'd say the winds start getting back underneath 40 miles an hour, when it's safe for us to get out there, there's no sense, it doesn't do anybody any good to send a unit out there that can't respond, and now we have 2 people to save. So the second we'll be out early in the morning. We've got crews ready to go. I've got crews ready all during the night, and we're monitoring. As soon as it starts to light up, we'll be saddling up and taking off.
All right, I just want to thank you so much for taking time to talk to us today, and y'all stay safe out there, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, and now I'm going to pass it back to Wade.
All right.
Or pass it back to Cynthia.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to update you guys on the power outages, because those are steadily climbing. In Calcasieu Parish, we went from 14,000 to 18,000 to 24,000 households without power, and we did that in a half an hour's time.
Yeah.
So you can see it's going up. It's going up greatly.
It definitely is.
From 14,000 to 18,000 to 24,000, just within a half an hour. Entergy customers without power. In Cameron Parish, we've got 1,084 households without power. In Jeff Davis Parish, it went from 461 to 1,930 customers without power. So it is climbing.
It is climbing for sure. And if you have power, it's only a matter of time before you won't. I will say, my house still has power. I have a little security camera I'm watching for the moment. But again, I know it's only a matter of time. I can't see much anywhere, or else I might try to show it to you on TV. But
we don't know how
it's
long
so
it's
dark.
going to last.
Yeah.
But we can see the power outages. They're climbing steadily, going up quite quickly. I think we're going to toss it now to Matt Houston and check in with him at L'Auberge and see how things are going. Matt?
I'm looking at a light pole just over the balcony here that we're overlooking by the Calcasieu River, and that light really is starting to swing back and forth in these strong winds. In fact, just got an alert on my phone about 20 minutes ago. I'll read it to you from the National Weather Service. An extreme wind warning is in effect for this area for the immediate danger of life-threatening winds till 1 a.m. Central Time. Take cover now in an interior room or a sturdy building away from windows. Protect your head from flying debris. Do not go out in the calm of the hurricane eye. Winds will quickly become dangerous again. So that gives you some idea about the severity of things. And again, we're still not really in the thick of it yet. I mean, this is still some of these kind of outer bands really slapping Lake Charles at the moment. But you can tell Hurricane Laura is here and well on its way to really wreaking what we expect will be some havoc over the next couple of hours. The rain coming down quickly and hard, also blowing like sheets across the Calcasieu River. Watching gusts blow that and obscure the view of the plants from behind us. The last time we saw you, we told you we saw some transformers go out north of where we are. Behind me, it was a little brighter a while ago because we just saw another set of transformers blow. and the lights clearly went out. So obviously power outages are an issue in the area and will continue to be probably throughout the remainder of the evening into tomorrow, which you've heard all day long on KPLC. That's going to be a problem. Widespread power outages because of all of this wind, and then you throw on the wet weather on top of it, and it just becomes a mess. Earlier today, we watched Energy. They'd hired out some tree trimmers from the Houston area to come by and cut off loose branches that were even a couple of feet away from their lines, just trying to prolong the electricity as long as we possibly could. But a storm of this power, obviously, tree trimming is no match for. So that's going to be something to keep our eyes on throughout the remainder of the evening. We'll also have a look for you at the wind and water levels, something we're paying special attention to because we've watched really since 3 o'clock this afternoon. The storm surge pushed just a little bit higher toward the banks right now, where reeds are just bowing to the wind at the moment. But so far, no severe flooding that we can see. But again, there's still a lot of night left. For now, I'm Matt Houston. I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Matt, for that report. Once again, we're going to let people know that things are kind of deteriorating as far as the electricity situation.
They are.
Lots and lots of power outages in Calcasieu Parish. It's gone up to 24,000 people without power in Calcasieu Parish from Entergy customers. Cameron Parish, the same thing. The numbers going up. Cameron Parish, 1,084 households without power. Jeff Davis Parish went up from 461 to 1,930 people without power. And Wade, you're still hanging in there. Huh?
I am, and here's the reason for those power outages, Cynthia. Look at the wind speeds. The Lake Charles Regional now gusting to 71, sustained at 52 miles per hour. And Matt Houston there in the report. We can't hear it here. To give you a little perspective, that's the one thing we can't hear when we're talking to those folks out live in the field. But I know he told you that the flares that he could see in the background were blowing almost horizontal. That's because of the strong wind. So just a little perspective on the wind.
All right, I think we've got some new information about the hurricane hunters. We've got some video there.
Yeah.
As we're tracking Hurricane Laura. And video of the hurricane hunters going out.
Absolutely, yeah. This looks like it's the NOAA plane that was out there earlier today. You can see that's obviously in the eye wall, or inside the eye itself, rather, and very interesting to see. This is what we were talking about earlier. If you were in the eye, you would be able to look up and see the sun shining there, just like that right there. I haven't seen this video, so in full disclosure. So, but that's what the inside of an eye looks like from the hurricane hunter planes. And of course, I know it looks like the props aren't moving, but of course that's a video thing from videos playing at the same rate of speed that the propellers are moving. And there's the eye wall. That's how quick you go from sunshine back to strong winds. And trust me, that P3 is getting really buffeted right there with some very strong winds. And,
I would imagine people are going to start hearing, a lot of those sounds.
Absolutely. Here's the new update, Cynthia, on the information. This is as of midnight across the area, and you can see winds currently of 150 miles per hour still. The air pressure still at 938 millibars, and officially that point where the center is at is 40 miles south of Lake Charles, moving north-northwest at 15. So 15:30, you're talking 2.5 hours
so
from now.
She's right on our doorstep.
It's getting closer. It is getting much closer, which means it's basically near the coastline of Cameron Parish. If you're going to pull up the radar there real quick, you can, and there we go. And we'll take a quick peek at the radar itself and show you that eye that is getting much closer to a landfall over the Cameron Parish coastline. And it's pretty much right on time. We are at 12 o'clock. It is officially midnight. It is officially Thursday, August the 27th now, which will be the official landfall date for Hurricane Laura. Okay, well, it doesn't want to let Jacob do it, but you know what? It will let me do it, maybe. There we go. We'll see. There we go. You can see the eye. Jacob's going to zoom in there. And Cameron, the coastline from Holly Beach to Cameron to Grand Chenier, just really getting rocked by the northern portion of the eye wall of this storm. And if anyone I'm going to say was because, again, we're going to hope that everyone got out of Cameron. I know there were some folks that stayed, but only about 5, maybe 6 miles left of devastating eye wall to go before that will move offshore.
What are they feeling or hearing right now?
Right now,
on the Cameron coast.
Cameron right now experiencing the strongest winds with this, meaning likely sustained winds 120 to 140, maybe near 150. Usually that extreme number is limited, but we'll go with at least 120 to 140 winds are occurring right at the coast from Johnson Bayou all the way over to Grand Chenier, and gusts even higher than that are occurring right now at the coastline. Now, the only good news, the wind is more easterly at this moment for Cameron. It's northeasterly at Johnson Bayou and Holly Beach, and it is possible that we may escape the devastating storm surge at Holly Beach and Points West. Maybe, because once this storm moves inland, it's still going to turn around the winds on the backside. So there still will be a kind of a surge on that side, but it's possible we have missed the worst storm surge right at Holly Beach, Points West, though we will have to wait and see. And I think that's part of the reason why maybe we haven't seen the devastating surge being visible farther up the Calcasieu River yet. We might have gotten lucky that this is making landfall right where it's at and limiting that. But unfortunately, what's good for one is bad for another location, Cynthia.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
If it could possibly be a little bit better as far as that storm surge there, does that mean we're out of the woods as far as whatever kind of storm surge we may get?
I can't say that yet. We're just going to have to wait and see. But I will tell you where the surge is really bad is likely Grand Chenier down all the way, that's North Island, down like Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, and then you cross over, that's a kind of faint black line, that's the Parish line. You go to Pecan Island, Forked Island. Those folks are definitely seeing probably the worst storm surge that coastline has seen, probably ever, at least in our lifetime for sure. So definitely some very strong winds. Jacob's got our weather computer pulled up, and you can see the velocity. That's the radar's estimation of wind, and that area just southwest of Cameron, the radar is indicating velocity, meaning winds of 158 miles per hour.
I even got some gusts in there. I can't tell you exactly. It was in that stretch where it was 160 to 170.
Right.
So this is a very serious situation. I know we've got some reports of people staying in Johnson Bayou and near the Holly Beach vicinity. I hope y'all are hunkered down and you have the KPLC weather app and you can see us right now, because this is a dire situation. This is, as you mentioned, Cynthia, very, very strong winds right now, and this is Category 5 winds right now, and with that heavy rain that we're seeing coming down with the eye wall, this is more than likely reaching the ground. At least one, say 30 to 140.
I don't even know how to describe what winds like that would feel like, because Wade, I know you remember when we were at St. Patrick Hospital in the wee hours of the morning for Rita. And some of us every now and then would
walk out,
brave the weather downstairs and go down 5 floors and try to open the doors of Christus St. Patrick. And you remember the power of the winds, and you just couldn't withstand it.
No, not at all. Yeah.
And it sounded like demons talking.
It did.
I always tell people when they ask me, what does that sound like? 120, 130 mile an hour winds. It sounds like demons.
It's just incredibly loud. Those of you that have stayed, especially in Cameron, and will experience that in Calcasieu probably in another hour or two, you may end up feeling and hearing your ears pop during this, because remember, a hurricane is an area of extreme low pressure. This is what happens when you go on a plane. As you climb up into the atmosphere on a plane, you get lower air pressure, and that's what causes your ears to pop. You will likely experience that because this is a strong enough hurricane. The air pressure is low enough. The other thing, I think you remember this, Cynthia, you may end up hearing, those of you that I've told you to go to your bathroom, you may end up hearing your sink gurgling,
yes,
or the toilet may flush on its own Please don't be freaked out. There's not something in there doing that. It's the wind. The reason why, this is very simple physics. Every house with plumbing, you have a pipe that goes up through the roof, and it's the ventilation. It's what causes the plumbing to work. It has to have ventilation to work. Well, as the wind blows across the top of that pipe, we'll use this phone as the top of the pipe. As the wind blows across the top of the pipe, it causes a siphoning effect, just like if you were siphoning water or gasoline with a hose. Same thing. It just pulls the water out, and that's what could cause the toilet to quote-unquote flush on its own, or this gurgling. I remember the gurgling sink happening because we had one behind us at Christus, and you could hear that noise. So those of you that may be kind of in your safe place in that bathroom or closet, don't be shocked that you may hear that kind of sound happening now or maybe a little later tonight, depending on where you are. It would be when the winds are the worst, and I do remember that at Christus happening.
What are people feeling in Lake Charles right now?
Well, right now in Lake Charles, Jacob, I'll let you, if you'll step over and if you'll do either one, or we can pull up the Skycam, either one, whichever you want to do. Skycam might be the easiest first. We'll show folks there, but it's getting worse for sure. The winds are definitely beginning to pick up across the area. We're going to show you our Skycams, and we'll kind of answer our question of whether or not how much power is still up, because at some point some of those cameras may end up going dark as well. I think you're going to have to log back in because we switched to midnight. The server stops playing, I believe. So, but definitely some winds. I'm going to come over here. We'll do it this way with the weather computer here. But bottom line, there's the current wind speeds from some of the official reporting stations. You can see still, and these don't update instantaneously. They do update if there's a change in the weather. And there we go. There's our Skycam now. The Westlake reporting northeasterly, still at 40 plus miles per hour. South Lake Charles northeast 20 to 40. So we're not too extreme yet, as you can see, but I still see a few lights going on there. There's Jennings. We're at more of an easterly wind, 30 to nearly 40 mile per hour winds. Still some good light there in downtown Jennings. Next up will be Lake Charles. At least there's still lights on there in the heart of downtown. You can see the old Calcasieu Parish Courthouse there in the very foreground. Northeasterly, down northeast at 55 at the Westlake Skycam. So definitely very windy out there. And I'm not sure, the camera may have froze because I didn't see an image. The image looked kind of still on the Westlake one. So we'll see when it comes back around if it looks any different. Though those cameras, you know, if any of those sites take a power surge, it could cause the cameras to go offline. And whether or not they come back, I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. It'll depend on power.
We're not even sure we're on the air.
Okay. And it is possible that we may not. We're on the app, though, correct?
I don't know that.
Okay. If someone's out there listening, and we'll check it here too. But we're on there. If someone's watching on TV, just let us know for sure. Okay, we're still on Facebook for sure, and we're still on the app, we believe, as well. So Jacob's going to check on his weather app and make sure. But it's quite possible, you know, we're going to take power hits at the television station, and of course, no one is there to change things. If something goes wrong, we can't fix it. We'll kind of know, I think, because we would lose this feed of the cameras. So
yeah, and this is why we tell you to download the KPLC 7 weather app, because as he mentioned, we might be off air, but right now I can pull it right up, and with a 4-second ad right there, popped it right up, and you can still be able to follow us and know exactly what's going on in downtown Lake Charles, because these winds are, you know, as you can see, we're seeing those 45 to 55 mile per hour winds right there, and those are almost, that's probably pretty close to sustained winds. So that's probably looking at a tropical, that's definitely tropical storm force winds across pretty much all of southwest Louisiana. Maybe not quite far to the north. Right there's a 55 mile per hour gust looking in Westlake, but still that image, I'm pretty sure that camera would be shaking right now with
it's frozen. The camera is frozen, and I'm not sure, it could have taken a power hit possibly, or it's not sure. It's we're dealing with a lot of technology. We're doing it remotely, so that just adds a whole nother level to that. The weather data seems to be changing, so I'm not, at the moment we'll go with it is correct, but the image itself may not be current, and definitely not seeing any motion on that, but we may have to log in and take that one out of the rotation here momentarily, because Great to hear that information. And I'm here. Just got a text from my friend Troy Traha. He's in Lake Arthur, and said they're still seeing us even on the Roku app. So it's nice to hear that we're on all of these platforms still. Thank you, Troy. And Troy, send me a text and tell me how things are where you live. Cynthia, I believe you've got some info as well.
Some information once again from Entergy customers without power. Energy customers in Calcasieu, 28,000.
This is just the beginning of people losing power, and it's kind of a testament to how fast we're losing power, because it wasn't too long ago that we were seeing, you know, a much significant lower number in terms of the overall people without power. But as these stronger storms continue to work their way into our region, this is what we're going to be tracking, especially along the Cameron Parish line right now into downtown Cameron Parish. Seeing very, very strong winds out there as it is in the eye of the storm. As we're looking right there, the eye wall, the worst of the weather beginning to move through that area right this minute. And it's not going to be too long before you might get a little bit of a break if you're still in Cameron and you're watching us. But I want to stress that this little eye wall here, this could shift a little bit left or right as it moves up. So even if things get a little bit calmer, it's not going to be a guarantee that you're going to see those calm conditions for a while. Now, if you do actually see some of those, you actually go through the whole eye wall, it could be calm for, say, an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours.
All right, and Jacob, look how quickly the electricity situation deteriorated. I just gave you those numbers, but this is how quickly it happened. In 30 minutes, Entergy customers went from 14,290 to 18,807 to 24,000 to 26,000 to 28,000 without power. All of that within 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That's how fast it's happening.
Exactly. Cynthia, that's exactly right. And this is not even the strongest part of the storm. We're just seeing those tropical storm force winds really being sustained here into southwest Louisiana. So this is something that we're going to continue to be tracking for you as well. Here's a look at some of those stronger winds as well. They're beginning to make their way into Cameron Parish right now. If you live in Holly Beach or down towards Johnson Bayou, we're seeing those winds. We just showed you the velocity not too long ago. It was at 162 miles per hour, and with these very heavy rain bands, not out of the question at all to see this actually at the ground. And here's a look back at our Lake Charles Skycam.
Yeah, and I'm going to give this a try. I've actually got control of the camera, and we're going to see if we can actually pan this around live and just see what we see here real quick. So we'll give this a whirl and see if I can control this, and you'll kind of watch this live with me on camera. And there's not a lot of delay. Good to know. We'll kind of scan around. There's 62, 65 now. That's the strongest I've seen all night tonight, at least from our Skycam locations. You can see we're looking basically right up Lakeshore Drive. That's the 901 building. That's where some of our parish officials are at right now. And you can see our tower blinking. So those with interest on the KPLC front, our tower is still blinking there. So good news. There's no power issues, at least at the station. Of course, we kind of know that already since we're able to log onto these computers. It at least tells us there's power there. We'll kind of continue scanning around going on. There's the old Calcasieu Marine Building or Capital One Tower, whichever one you want to call it. You can see it. There's still power there. We'll kind of continue scanning on around, and you can kind of see that. Greg, could you take down the lower third for a second, please? Looking across now, we're looking across the lake, and you can see what's going on there. You can see the Civic Center parking lot still has power. We'll continue on around. We'll look toward the southwest. We'll be able to see the lights of the casino there in the distance, and there we go. You can kind of see that, and my phone is really blowing up with text messages from a bunch of people. That's what you get when you tell people to text you. But you can see the lights in the distance. Of course, the park there at the Civic Center still with lights as well. We'll continue on around. You'll be able to see the First Federal Bank, and looking down Shell Beach Drive. lights are on in that vicinity as well. So that is good news. I just saw a flash there as well. I'm not sure if that was a power flash. That was either that was probably a transformer blowing, or maybe a tree limb in the mix on a power line, but definitely a power flash.
Yep, there's another one.
There it goes again. Yep. And you're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah, we're going to continue seeing those. We'll continue panning the camera around just a little bit more, and that's about as far around as we can go. The courthouse would be just to the left off the camera view here. But that's kind of a quick tour, and I haven't been paying as much attention to the wind speeds while we've been moving, but I know they're still up very high. I haven't seen the extreme winds that we saw. We'll come back around to the right here, which would be looking. There's looking toward the south. That's down Shell Beach Drive. We'll look across to the west, toward Westlake itself, and you can see it's very dark toward the Westlake area. I don't see a whole lot of lights in that vicinity, so definitely looks like power's out.
Yeah. Oh, if you'll pan just a little bit back towards the left there, looking kind of like at the lake itself, doesn't look like a whole lot of water, at least from what I can tell, is at least coming over.
It's not in the parking lot,
which is good news. That's great news. But I don't want to downplay the storm surge threat that we're saying, because we've talked about how it could be a little bit of a lag in the system. Right now, we got those northerly directions of those winds, so that's going to keep water driving further to the south. But as that storm does begin to approach southwest Louisiana, our winds are going to shift a little bit more out of the easterly and southeasterly direction, and that's when we're going to have to watch for those water level rises. Hopefully, we can keep that northeasterly breeze for the whole, for at least much of the duration of this storm, and that's going to hopefully mitigate a lot of our surge threat, but especially down into Cameron Parish, we're seeing quite a bit of a surge out there with some of those near the Cameron Parish on Highway 82.
But even with that, would you still have a severe flooding situation, even if the storm surge is mitigated somewhat?
If the storm surge is mitigated, yeah, of course, it's not going to be hopefully as bad, but we're still dealing with a lot of rain forecasted in this area too. We're looking at another, 5 to 10 inches with maybe higher amounts there. Localized amounts could be closer to 20 inches. So the good news is at least that we've been a little bit drier than what we typically have been. I was talking to Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton on the way over here. It was kind of dry going towards Baton Rouge as well. So that's at least a positive thing. But yes, we're still going to be looking at a flooding threat across much of southwest Louisiana, especially areas south of I-10.
All right, we're going to check in with Jillian Corder in Calcasieu Parish right now and see what she's got for us. Jillian?
All right, guys, we're going to walk back outside. They actually had the storm doors shut for us, but they said we can go back outside for one last live shot to give you a look at what we're dealing with out here. Again, that sheets of rain that I was telling you about earlier, it's even worse right now. And it's just a mist that's happening everywhere. If you're not getting hit by rain, we're wiping off our lens again, because the minute you walk out here, it completely covers our camera with water. You can't walk out here with getting soaked right off the bat. So again, sheets of rain happening out there, along with huge gusts of wind. Hopefully you can kind of see what we're looking at out there as we continue to wipe off that lens to kind of give you a look, just a feel for what's happening. All of your senses are alerted immediately when you're out here. You feel completely drenched the minute you walk out here. You can hear this howling sound of the wind creeping through little spots. When the doors are closed and we're inside, you can just hear this whistle constantly of the wind. And then you can hear the sheets of rain just passing by, completely drenching everything in its path right now and swirling up around you. I know that's why a lot of these tornado warnings and watches keep popping off, because you can actually see all this rain swirling up all around you. Hard to really see a whole lot out here. It's a parking lot full of trucks that we're able to see in at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office, but just by the look of these poor plants, they're really getting a number done on them. Again, this is what we're dealing with out here, is these strong blankets of rain coming down pretty hard. Flagpole, clearly no flag on this flagpole over here. I'm not sure if you can actually see it or not, but it's starting to just bend. If you look at the top, it's just ever so slightly leaning, that wind really hitting it. And the sheriff pointed out earlier today just by the gust of winds we were getting around the 6-7 o'clock hour, that the utility poles were already starting to really bend a little bit, sway in the wind, and that's exactly what we're seeing here tonight. And again, things are really picking up. You can tell this thing is very close. We know it's coming our direction. For sure, you can feel it, and not just standing out here like we are, but for all of you across this area, across Southwest Louisiana right now, I know exactly what you're going through, because even indoors you can hear this passing by, and it's scary, and it's scary to know that we're still 2 hours or so away from the worst of it here, at least in Lake Charles, or where we're at in Calcasieu Parish. So it's very telling of what's to come for sure. Heavy winds, big gusts of winds for sure. I know, Wade, you were talking about those wind speeds and really powerful gusts, and that is what we're dealing with out here in Calcasieu Parish. I know there can't be anybody on the road. I really hope there's not someone trying to go out right now and look and see what's happening, because this is not the time or place. You need to get to your safe place. You need to treat this, like Wade said earlier, you need to treat this like a tornado warning or watch. You need to get to your safe place, away from windows and doors, high and dry, somewhere in a centermost part of your home. If that's a bathroom usually, where it's got no windows and you can shut those doors, that's where you really need to be in all this. We haven't seen any debris. We're very fortunate that right now we haven't seen any debris where we are at. Now, some limbs of some of these smaller trees are already starting to really get torn up and shredded a bit. Again, this is just a preview of what could be to come with this storm, because this is not the worst of it yet. Things are going to continue to pound Southwest Louisiana, and again, a scary sound out here as well. That howling of the winds is really intense, especially if the rain and the wind pick up every once in a while. This will be our sorry guys, things really starting to pick up. This will be our last opportunity probably to be outside tonight to show you what's going on, at least here at the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. I know Matt Houston is over at LaBerge Casino and might be able to be out there a little bit longer where he's at. But where we're at right now, they are going to be closing these storm doors tonight and not reopening them until at least the wind dies down some. So we're going to be having to ride this thing out indoors. Now, we can probably bring you the latest from inside. We hope to be able to do that. As long as we have a signal, we'll keep bringing you what we're seeing here in Lake Charles. But again, this is what we're dealing with. This is the scene in Lake Charles right now. I know that our sky cams can show you probably a pretty good picture, if they're still up and running, a good picture of downtown areas and what this is looking like. But here where we are, some really intense rain and wind happening as well. And just again to say about who's here in the building, someone was asking who all is here in the building earlier. The sheriff is here along with pretty much all of his deputies. If you've seen this completely packed parking lot, these are deputies, these are law enforcement officers who are ready to go out as soon as the storm has passed by. As soon as they can safely get out, they're going to get out there and try to help, try to make pathways through the debris so people can get back to their homes as quickly as possible, and so that they can get to people to help those in need as quickly as possible. Again, everyone right now, they are attempting to try to rest as much as possible, because the work really begins for them as soon as this thing passes over. So for now, this is what we're dealing with here. Heavy winds and rain, and we'll keep you posted on the conditions here as best we can. But again, we might be stuck inside for the rest of the night because of the high winds that are coming through right now, really rattling those doors to the sheriff's office. For now, I'll throw it back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Jillian Corder, for the information there from the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office. And Jillian, it's time. Go inside. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, go inside and stay there. I know the officials are going to order you anyway, because they're going to shut the shutters on the building and stay in their safe situation as well. But we appreciate the reports. It was great seeing that. It was good still to see lights on, which I know they have generator power anyway, but you could really see the power of that wind and those gusts. What I was talking about, that you go from where it's windy and then it gets really windy and then it backs off and then it picks up again. So you go back and forth on that wind for sure.
And definitely tropical storm force winds are being felt across the I-10 corridor and points southward, even north really now, but there's sustained winds now, gusting even higher, close to hurricane force winds. I know we had a 71 mile per hour reading there at the Lake Charles airport, but check out Cameron now. We're now beginning to get inside the eye of Laura, which, so I'm guarantee you, wind's still pretty breezy there, but the worst is now at least north of Cameron at the moment. But we still have to go through the whole eye and then back into the southern portion of the eye wall, which is going to be bringing more gusty winds once again as well. But so Cameron, you might get a little bit of a break for maybe say, you know, an hour and a half, maybe, if it stays on the current track that it is. If you go through the whole eye wall, we were doing the measurements earlier, and it was around 20 miles, and it's moving off towards the northwest at 15 miles per hour. So that gives you an hour if you are inside that eye wall to at least have some calmer conditions.
Yeah, you're not gonna be hearing the howling wind. Those, if anyone is in Cameron, over to near Creole. In fact, let's slide over here and kind of zoom in a little bit closer on the map, and there you can see the edge of the eye wall is now right along Highway 27 over to near Creole. You can see there, that's probably right where the edge of the wind. So if you're watching, if anyone is in Creole, there near South Cameron High School, things are going to drastically improve very soon. Things will let up as far as the wind is concerned, but where things are improving, things are getting worse for others. And the areas of Sweet Lake, the Grand Lake area, Deatonville, over to south of Hackberry, are all in the very northern the northern eye wall of this storm now. So things are going to be just catastrophic. That's the Gibbstown Bridge, of course, there where it says Gibbstown on the map, and then that's the parish line, and very heavy rain falling at the Lake Charles Regional Airport as well. We'll take a quick look here and show you the wind speeds from the official reporting stations, and you can see those winds too are very, very strong in that vicinity. And I've been getting a bunch of messages now. I got one from my good friend Troy Traha in the Lake Arthur area. I'd asked him what the winds were because he told us he could still see us on the app. He said at least 50 to 60 sustained and probably gust up to near 80. And that Lake Arthur has no power. Lake Arthur is without power, he was telling me. And but he said thankfully they, of course, have a generator, so they're able to still watch us. And we're probably going to effort getting my friend Russ Conrad on the phone again, because it sounds like things are getting pretty intense there in South Lake Charles where he is located. He just sent me a picture here of looks like an oak tree, a limb is down off of an oak tree. It's not the entire tree, so at least there's some good news there. But so he texted me and said winds are becoming more steady now with bigger gusts, but definitely things are getting worse, and they're going to continue to get worse. Those are the official reporting stations, and at some point we may lose some of these too. If they lose commercial power at the Lake Charles Regional Airport where the reading is taken, it'll only sustain itself for so long on battery power and may go offline. So
yeah,
we'll have to see.
We could pull up the Skycam real quick as well. This is looking back across Lake Charles. I saw some lightning out there, and you can just see these winds gusty right now. Sustained at tropical storm force winds. There it is, 52 miles per hour. A little bit higher as well at times, but you can see some of the lightning, very heavy rain. As we just took a look at the radar, and Wade was mentioning very tropical downpours moving through the region, and within these downpours are hurricane force winds gusting at times. So it's definitely something that we're continuing to watch, and those power outages numbers are going to go up.
Okay, and we've got another report from our reporter Matt Houston. He's at LaBears. We'll go get that report now.
All night we have been showing you this view of the Calcasieu River, but right now there's not much to see because the power has just gone out on the bridge, the I-210 bridge, and we think there's no power at the plants across the way, although I see a few emergency lights. They're not nearly as bright as they were about 20 minutes ago, so it's a good indication that either some generators are failing or that power grid has gone out. All night, too, we have been protected by this lovely wall right here that leads to a stairwell. This is where we're going to go if something gets real bad, real windy. I want to show you what things are like when I step out in this direction out of the cover of that wall. You okay, Rick? It's windy and it's wet and things are blowing fast. This is Hurricane Laura. This is the power that we really haven't been able to show you because of that wall all night. That is what things are like. And if you really look out in that direction, the wind's going to be blowing strong and it may be wet and dark, but you can see some of these trees really blowing around. Kind of iconic view of what Hurricane Laura is doing to the Lake Charles area right now, and we expect that that will only get stronger as the night goes on. We're going to take you back to the safety of our wall here for a moment so we can dry off, but things are really picking up, and we expect that those wind gusts will only get stronger and stronger as the night continues, and things will only get wetter and wetter as the night continues. Already, just from that 15-20 seconds out there, my shoes are soaked, my legs are soaked, so not something you want to be out in. Of course, we're staying safe in the parking garage, but that doesn't mean we're completely protected from the elements, as you can see. For now, I'm Matt Houston. I want to send it back to you guys in the studio.
And that was Matt Houston. Thank you for that report. Interesting video to see that nonetheless. Inside the parking garage, which sometimes funnels wind. Cynthia and I remember experiencing that ourselves during Rita, but definitely some very powerful winds there being reported. And I do want to say we want to welcome all of our viewers that are watching us now on WAFB here in the Baton Rouge vicinity, as well as southern Mississippi on WAFB, and of course also to our friends at KALB in Alexandria, so central Louisiana. You're watching, as well as those watching nationwide on the DirecTV Severe Weather Channel. This is officially a KPLC television broadcast, and we are out of the Lake Charles, Louisiana area, though officially we are broadcasting from our sister station, WAFB in Baton Rouge. We evacuated our station in the heart of downtown Lake Charles. The reason why was the threat of storm surge flooding, and we were really concerned as well about the wind issues that could have impacted our building. I am Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton. This is Meteorologist Jacob Durham. Again, you're watching KPLC television out of Lake Charles, where unfortunately our viewing area is experiencing the brunt of Hurricane Laura that is making landfall as we speak as a Category 4 hurricane with winds sustained at 150 miles per hour. And there's the that was the 12 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center. We'll have another update in about 26 minutes on the position, and they may be telling us there's a landfall within the hour too. I suspect that is going to be coming down anytime that officially there will be a landfall point. We'll take a quick look at the radar once again and show you what's going on over the area as it loads in here, and we'll zoom in. I'm going to let you do that, and we'll take a quick peek here at the Hurricane Center's site to see if there is an update that comes down on that.
Yeah, so here, as you can see, Cameron now, as of the latest radar imagery, now into the eye of Hurricane Laura. Yeah, there's probably some light rain falling right now, but the worst of the winds at least have subsided. You probably had a good, I'd probably say an hour to maybe hour and a half of very strong hurricane force winds out there, gusting upwards of 160 at times. We looked at those velocities and we did see that, but as you can see now that Hurricane Laura is coming ashore pretty much right where we were telling you for the past couple of days. Somewhere along the Cameron coastline over towards the Sabine River was where we had higher confidence, especially moving late into the day on Monday and into our Tuesday timeframe. Really started getting down, especially the GFS model felt like had a really good handle on this storm, and that is something that we've been continuing to tell you, that anywhere, you know, it takes a little wobble to the east, a little wobble to the west. That's why we were talking about earlier today, this eye was 40 miles wide that we were talking about from Johnson Bayou all the way over to Grand Chenier. And while Johnson Bayou is sitting in probably some very torrential rainfall as well as some gusty winds, they're about to get maybe at least a little bit of a break. But I do want to mention as well that Johnson Bayou could remain on this side of the eye wall over towards Holly Beach, and that could keep conditions a little bit worse there. And I know that Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton and Cynthia Arsenault were talking about Hurricane Rita and how they stayed in the eye wall for an extended period of time. And this is the worst case scenario if you do stay in that eye wall and you don't get a break, because that's where you see those catastrophic winds of 160 plus for a very long and extended period of time.
Exactly, and I'm got the National Weather Service info pulled up here, and they've reported a couple of wind speeds I thought would pass along here. There is a weather flow site that is in Cameron that recently reported a sustained wind of 84 with a gust to 110 miles per hour. There's also a HerNet station in Cameron. Now, there's been a lot of weather equipment brought into this area in the last 24 hours by some outside sources, which is where some of this is coming from, I think. But also reported a sustained wind of 74 with gusts to 93 miles per hour. And the Ocean Service site at Calcasieu Pass reported a wind gust of 89 miles per hour within the last hour. So those are a few of the wind reports. Thankfully, none of those saying 150, at least some positive, but please remember most any stations that are put out never usually get the maximum winds that are occurring. But it still proves that very intense hurricane with, again, the 84 sustained, but gust already to 110 from a station that is still standing and has power to report, which is on battery backup, I'm sure, but it's still able to report data. So it's interesting to hear that.
And I think it'll be interesting to see over, say, the next, hour or so, the winds in Lake Charles. You know, we still right now have our sky cams, at least thankfully, but that northern edge of that eye wall is creeping very close to the National Weather Service radar site. So these winds in downtown Lake Charles are going to be increasing pretty significantly. Maybe we can pull up the Lake Charles sky cam there and take a quick look at some of these winds. There's a bunch of that could have been a power flash or lightning. It was kind of blue, but look at those winds right now. Some of the strongest we've seen, 67 miles per hour. I saw a gust up to 68, but these winds are sustained now well above tropical storm force winds, and we're going to continue to track these winds moving through. There it is, 67 miles per hour, and we're going to continue to see that at least throughout the rest of this duration for the next, say, hour or so before even hurricane force winds can even get going. They're 69 miles per hour. And Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton has his buddy Russ on.
Yeah, and thanks to you, Jacob. And I do have buddy Russ from Gator 99.5 once again. And Russ, go ahead and just tell us what's going on where you are. And Greg, do you have this microphone on the stick mic?
Yep.
There we go. Okay, Russ, tell us what you see.
Well, we lost power initially at about 12:10, 12:15. It blipped on and off, but finally went off solid about 12:25. I had heard that we've got energy customers, 28,000 or so, are without power. I don't know, that number's probably going to increase as it gets worse. Wind-wise, it's definitely picked up. Sustained winds are more stronger. I would say the sustained winds now were like the gusts were about an hour ago, and now, of course, the gusts are even stronger here. We've got some branches down. Of course, in South Lake Charles, we've got a ton of oak trees, and so we've got quite a few big branches down here in the front yard, and it smells like fresh cut oak. But the gusts are getting way more violent and way more frequent now here in the area.
And it's only going to get worse, Russ. Obviously, we're watching our Skycam I've got in downtown Lake Charles, and I've been seeing a lot more 60-plus gusts on that camera. There's 67 right now as I'm speaking to you on the camera, and still northeasterly winds being reported as well. And but there's still power in downtown. So I know you're with Gator 99.5. Do you know if y'all still have power, or is it on the generator? Do you have a way to know that?
I haven't been able to talk to the engineer yet. I know that we did lose your feed here out to us, which we're trying to work to figure out how we can work that way around. I haven't gotten a call from the transmitter yet. We usually have a transmitter that'll call us. I would assume we still have power.
Okay.
For the moment, at least at the transmitter, because when the transmitter goes down, you'll hear static, like the radio's actually off or not on the wrong frequency. But now we just hear nothing. So when you hear nothing, you know the transmitter's working, but just no signals getting to it.
And you said you've lost our television signal. Do you have it at your house, or do you know?
Oh, so yeah, we were lucky enough even during Rita that as soon as we fired the generators up, we plugged the cable back in, and we had cable the entire time during Rita. So we did the same thing for this time. So we do have cable and internet here at the house with generator power. We can see your crawler crawling across the bottom, but not your actual feed.
Okay, so there is nothing on our television signal. Okay, good to know.
Correct.
I know we're on the app at least, so I will encourage the viewers out there to make sure you follow us on the app for sure. And I see another big flash going off on our Skycam as well. So I appreciate the info, Russ. If things get worse, give me a text real quick, and we may put you back on the air real quick and give us a shout. What's going on?
Not a problem. Not a problem, Wade. Appreciate it. Y'all be safe.
I appreciate it. You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, and again, that was Russ Conrad, Buddy Russ, with Gator 99.5 in Lake Charles, of course. Since we have a lot of viewers that are watching us outside of our normal folks, we are on the DirecTV Severe Weather Network. We are on WAFB television here in Baton Rouge. We are on KALB in Alexandria as well. So we are on a lot of places tonight. That was he is a radio disc jockey, DJ out of the Lake Charles area, and good friend of mine as well, giving us some good info. I saw a big power flash. There's another one in East Lake Charles. You can see very big prolific flash, and I'm sure that means even more folks have gone without power as well. And Jacob's going to try and change that. He's got it live on the air. You're going to see that right there, and you can see the what's going on as far as that is concerned. We'll continue to watch those as well. There are now 44,000, almost 45,000 without power in Calcasieu Parish. Jeff Davis Parish, 2,000 without power. Cameron, we're up to 1,900 without power. So, yeah, a lot of power outages for sure.
It's really 50,000.
Okay.
Because 44,000 were actually Entergy customers.
Okay, and then we got
another
Borgard Electric.
6,000. So altogether, you've got 50,000 households without power in Calcasieu Parish. So it's really going up significantly.
Okay, and I just got a picture from our Jillian Quarter inside the Sheriff's Department showing a blue screen, meaning that, again, we know that we are not on television anymore. But she has the picture to at least send us. Thank you, Jillian, for that. And I know she's inside now. Please stay in there, Jillian, and don't venture out. It's getting to be not safe to do that. There's a live picture of downtown Lake Charles, and now it is difficult to. Oh, you've turned it around. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the lower third off.
You've turned it around on me and made it look like power went out on me.
Oh, it did in Westlake. That's over towards the Westlake region. I'm going to keep going.
All right, so let's get it back looking toward the east, or we're gonna have to do that a different way where we can see what we're looking at there live. But definitely watching landfalling Hurricane Laura. We have reporter Cinnamon Cornell with us, and I know she has a phone interview. We want to get that information on as well. Cinnamon?
Yeah, so we are speaking with Assistant Police Chief Josh Foster. He's out of Maryville. Mr. Foster, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So we just wanted to check in with you. What are things looking like out in Maryville right now?
Well, we're seeing the wind pick up a little more than it has been earlier tonight, and a lot more rain. Some of the roads have water over them, but it's real light at the moment.
And what have things been like just leading up to this storm's landfall? What have preparations been like for y'all in Maryville?
A lot of staff meetings, a lot of planning, a lot of logistics, things like that, making sure all the equipment's topped off, fueled up, and we have enough contingency plans to continue to operate through the storm and after the storm.
Yes, sir. And as far as you know, did you have residents evacuate?
Yes, ma'am. We had a fairly good amount evacuate, but we still have some residents here. Earlier tonight, we was going on zone separated patrols, just checking on the people where we knew that there were several at one location, and we've kind of rolled that back in the last hour or so.
For those residents that y'all were checking on that chose to stay in their homes, I mean, what were those conversations like? What were they saying about Hurricane Laura?
They were concerned about it, but some of them either decided that they didn't have a way to evacuate far enough, and some of them just wanted to stay in their home and ride it out.
Now, y'all are near the Sabine River. Do you expect to see any flooding issues in y'all's area?
Locally, I'm sure we're going to see some flooding with the branches and creeks, but the river, I'm not sure, because the river was kind of low already as it is, so we're hoping that we don't have any major issues with the river at this time.
Now, we've been speaking a lot about Hurricane Rita in 2005. Now, Maryville didn't see a direct hit from Rita, but of course, y'all saw y'all's own effects from that and your own impacts. But with this hurricane, y'all are getting more of a direct hit. I mean, what are y'all thinking about this impact that's going to be coming from this storm?
We figure there's going to be a lot of tree damage, down power lines, possible damage to homes. Right now, we're in the process of continuing our staff meetings together here to be prepared for as soon as we can get back out and start doing damage assessments and search and rescue efforts.
Now, I know the community in Maryville is very tight-knit. What is it like just going through a storm like this, seeing your community having to just deal with such a storm that is being said that it's going to be catastrophic?
Well, it was nice to see that not only the community leaders, including the parish, Sheriff Herford, Mayor Misty Clanton of DeRitter, everybody, Ken Harlow, the chief of the fire department, Craig Richard of DeRitter Police, and Scott Greenman, not only them guys and that group did a lot of planning and a lot of preparation, but the community as well has been, you could just see people helping each other, trying to make sure everybody had what they need and everybody was able to go that wanted to go. And it was just nice to see the community working together.
Definitely, yes, sir. And as of right now, are there any plans? Is there a specific timeline going forward as the storm passes for, just recovery efforts?
We're going to try to get back out there as long as the wind and the rain permits, that we can get out and effectively do our job without causing any more stress by getting ourselves in a position that others have to come also help us. So as long as we can get back to the winds below 40 miles an hour, we're going to try to operate as needed.
Yes, sir, definitely. And for any residents that might be listening right now, is there anything in particular you want them to know?
If they need anything, call us. If we can get to them, we will.
And I definitely think that's a consistent message we've gotten from all of our local officials, that we're in this together and we're here for you if you need us.
That's right.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Foster, for your time this evening. Y'all stay safe, and if there's any updates, you please let us know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. Be
Y'all
safe out
stay
there.
safe as well.
Yes, sir. Alrighty. Bye-bye. All right. Gonna turn it back over to Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton.
All right, thanks a lot, Cinnamon. And you can see Hurricane Laura definitely moving ashore. Winds are definitely increasing for sure across the area. We'll take a look at the radar velocity across the area, and Jacob's going to go over and expand that screenshot just a little bit to be able to see that just a little bit better. And we do apologize, those of you that are maybe watching this from afar, especially on some of the other networks that are now carrying us, WAFB television, KALB television in Alexandria, as well as the DirecTV Severe Weather Network. We are working remotely. In case you didn't know this, we are based in Lake Charles, Louisiana, which is the southwest corner of the state, but we are over in Baton Rouge at our sister station WAFB, and remote desktoping into weather computers in Lake Charles to do some of this. So technology has really increased tenfold or maybe more in 15 years that I've been in Lake Charles, because 15 years ago for Rita, this never would have been possible to do anything like this. And what you're looking at, though, is the radar velocity. Normally we would talk about this in a tornado, but you can see velocity there, the kind of very bright yellow southwest of Lake Charles, well over 100 miles per hour, and then areas southeast of Lake Charles, that's over northern Cameron Parish, places like Grand Lake, the radar is showing nearly 150 plus mile per hour winds. Will you go try to get the Skycam up there? I am Chief Meteorologist Wade Hampton. That's Meteorologist Jacob Durham that is here as well, and you're going to be hearing just on the weather computer itself, pull up the Skycam scene. And we're going to try and get at least the one Skycam that I know at least a moment ago still had a view. Its weather data may not be exactly perfect because it is on top a building, unfortunately, and it kind of gets shielded somewhat, but we'll at least be able to kind of see the buffeting effect that the the camera is going to take. And you're looking toward that's the LaBerge Casino, and I don't see the lights on top of it anymore, which they may not have that purposely powered by the generator power, just to save the generator for more important uses inside the building. But you can still see, it looks like lights atop this casino, which is the Golden Nugget Casino. If you've ever been to Lake Charles, and you can really see that camera getting rocked very harshly by the wind. We lost the Lake Charles camera in downtown Lake Charles. Those of you that might have wanted to see it, it went down as Cinnamon was talking a little while ago. The last report I saw from it, I did see up to well into the upper 60s as far as wind speeds were concerned.
75.
And we did see a 75-mile-per-hour gust, and I saw a very massive power flash just before the camera went dark. And there's the camera again, and I'm going to effort to see if I can get if the camera will respond. I know you see the screen is black, but I do see weather data. Look at this data that is pouring in. I just saw 90-mile-per-hour wind on that. I'm going to stick with this for a minute. Even though the screen is black, I will trust that the weather data coming in is still correct, especially since it's reporting something that extreme. Northeasterly winds 70. There's 79. Here we go again. We'll see if those numbers repeat. It might tell me that the data is looping. There we go, back up to 89. There's a 90-mile-per-hour wind. There's 83. So downtown Lake Charles, even if it is looping, it happened, because it's not reporting something that didn't happen. And as far as my knowledge of that technology, we've had these cameras for a while. So definitely very intense winds going on, and it's interesting to still see it says northeasterly too, so it hasn't turned around just yet, but definitely very, very windy conditions are going on now across much of Calcasieu Parish, Cameron Parish. We don't want to forget you guys either. It is very windy, but some of you in Cameron are probably in the eye, or at least getting close to getting in the eye on that storm. And we'll take a quick peek here at the official wind speeds across the area first. And there we go. We'll pull that back up real quick, then we'll get to the radar. And I'm not so certain the Lake Charles Regional Airport, where the official readings are taken, is still reporting or not. That hasn't changed in a while. That 52-mile-per-hour with 71 sustained, that's been the same number for a while. So I'm going to go with the power has failed there, and the site's probably not reporting. It is safe to say that it is definitely way, way worse than that for sure. I'll let you talk about the radar. I'm going to see if I get the Lake Charles Skycam to respond on the video side of things real quick.
Yeah, as Wade mentioned, we just took a look at those winds, but we were looking at 71 miles per hour is what it was showing. But I promise you, this is now the Lake Charles radar is now in the eye wall of Hurricane Laura. So this is a very strong winds out there. We were showing you those gusts upwards of 116 miles per hour, even 150, and that's not very far from the radar site. So that we'll have to see if that plays out. I know we mentioned a couple of those weather stations out there, and we were looking. We'll go ahead and
the camera is still online. This is a tower atop the Calcasieu Parish building there. You can actually see it's a communications tower there. I see looks like some sort of antenna is flying that has come loose off the tower. And just bear with me. We'll kind of do this here live on television. You still see quite a bit of city lights going on. Sorry.
That's at least good news.
Yeah, there's still lights going on.
Power, especially with those winds were showing 90 miles per hour just a little bit ago.
And we're looking over toward our tower in the distance as well. That's the red light that you can see blinking. I still see the KPLC television tower illuminating. So we know we have power anyway, or else we wouldn't be able to access these computers. But it's nice to see the tower still illuminating. And you can see that little tower that's right here on top of the building on the right side of the screen. Definitely shaking violently in those winds for sure. We'll kind of pan around here a little bit, look toward the north. That's the Capital One or Calcasieu Marine Tower. Depends on who you ask, how long you've been in Lake Charles, but you can see that tower barely. About the only thing you can see of it is the light on top of it, the tower light itself, red light. We'll kind of pan over and look at the Lake Charles Civic Center real quick. And I've got a friend from the National Weather Service that says the airport is still reporting. So if you can send me info if the airport's reporting stronger than 71, let me know. The system, at least here, I haven't seen an update on that. Lance, I haven't seen the wind speeds change in a while on the airport, and I know sometimes you guys have a better access to that. We'll kind of try to pan around. The computer was wanting to go slowly on me.
I'll go ahead. Somebody messaged into KPLC 7 Weather and said in Hathaway they've been without power, which you might expect with some of these conditions that we're seeing right now. You can look across the West Lake, and that's looking back across the lake of Lake Charles. You can see Westlake dark out there, and you can see the driving rain bands continuing to move through downtown Lake Charles. Good news is it doesn't look like the parking lot is seeing any, or at least a lot of water coming over, which is
There's
good
no
news.
surge there yet. That's for sure.
That's great news. And like Wade was mentioning, northeasterly winds, that'll help out with that. And as long as we can keep northeasterly winds, that's what we're going to want to take, because that's going to limit that surge, especially in the downtown vicinity. I know we were talking earlier and we were seeing that surge. We had those pictures coming off of Twitter from the Cameron Parish, just east of downtown Cameron, over towards the motel and the hotel, towards the gas stations. And we saw what happened before earlier today, and then we saw those winds shifting off on the shore, and that brought in that water. Right now, we're seeing Lake Charles as he pans off, looking back, and there's a couple of flashes out there. Might be some lightning as well out there, but wind still gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour. That's looking back across the bank there, as well as back towards the Mexican restaurant that's down there along Lakeshore Drive, panning over a little bit further, and you can still see driving rain out there. The wind still gusting well into the tropical storm force, around 60 miles per hour there. Still out of the northeast, though.
Yeah, it's still important to see that northeasterly wind. At some point, this is going to come around more of an easterly wind, and eventually it will become at least some component of a southerly wind with time. We're going to continue to pan back around. That is the parking lot of the Lake Charles Civic Center. Again, it's important to see that there's no water standing there yet, so no signs of a significant storm surge. And I'm going to kind of leave it right here. I kind of went a little too far on that, but I want to leave it kind of pointed at this little tower that's there, because it kind of gives us a good judge of what the wind is doing, plus with our actual data that's visible there as well. And it helps if the phone will cooperate. There we go. And Jacob, you have something as well, I believe.
Yeah, this is a shot from Reed Timmer, who's the extreme meteorologist. He's broadcasting live on Facebook right now. This is live right in front of, we'll kind of zoom in here just a little bit. This is live right in front of the Lake Charles Civic Center. I'll kind of zoom it back out just a little bit. And now he's turning back down, heading towards the KPLC studios. You can see very heavy rain, so it's gusty winds. So basically what we were showing you right there was what we're continuing to track. But you can see he's definitely continuing to work his way down to down through downtown Lake Charles as this storm intensifies and moves through. So it'll be interesting to watch that as he continues through, at least as the eye wall gets even closer, to see what exactly is going to happen out there. But those winds continuing to gust well into the tropical storm force and even hurricane force at times. And looking at the radar, you can definitely tell that we're going to continue to see very strong winds pushing through. The eye wall of Hurricane Laura will be making its way towards Lake Charles probably in the next, say, half hour to an hour. We're going to be seeing that leading edge of that eye wall beginning to move into downtown. But check out Cameron. Cameron is sitting in the middle of the eye of Hurricane Laura. So if you're there, you know, there might be some light rain out there, maybe a light breeze, but compared to what you just went through in this eye wall, conditions much better. But please, please do not let your guard down. This is, you're going to have to deal with the southern end of this, storm. And you can see, let me go ahead and zoom back out just real quick, and we'll show you what the southern end of this storm. We were talking about Rita earlier and how it was kind of dry on the southern side. Well, not really the case on this storm.
No, there's less rain than the northern semicircle for sure, but there's definitely rain here, and even if there wasn't a significant amount of rain, the wind would still be there regardless. So again, make no bones about it. It's going to get bad again in Cameron, at least in the places where you've gotten a break. Places like, looks like near Holly Beach, and especially over to near Constance Beach, Johnson Bayou, you're in the western eye wall, and things are going to stay bad for probably the next at least probably hour or so. There's the closer view, and you can see what's going on there. Again, that's very close to Holly Beach. Points west is where we're at. And we'll kind of zoom back out on the map if we can. And there we go. Let's kind of zoom back out on this, and you'll see the eye itself. There it is. And places like Grand Chenier points east never got into the eye either, and will remain with significant wind and surge that will continue to come up. And we'll look at the tropical scene. There we go, because the 1 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center is out, and officially they have not set a landfall yet. So I think we're getting we'll be getting very close to that. But wind still 150, the air pressure 938. We never expected this to change now that it is basically right at the coastline. But we'll see a landfall update here within the hour, which means it's going to be pretty close to spot on for the last 48 hours of this forecast, with a landfall near about 1 a.m. is what the forecast has been calling for.
Exactly. The models continuing to hint at it, and we've been telling you about that 1 a.m. Landfall out there. And also, just for a reference point, we're about 30 miles Lake Charles from the coastline there. So we got to roughly say, you know, maybe, and the eye is beginning, the northern eye wall is beginning to move very close to the Lake Charles, the National Weather Service's the radar, excuse me. Been a long day, but you can see the eye beginning to make landfall on the Cameron coastline. So if it's moving north at 15 miles per hour, and we're about 30 miles away from the coastline, we're looking at about 2 hours before that eye really enters the picture for Lake Charles. And
I just got some information in from the Cameron Parish coastline. This coming from friends of the National Weather Service, sending in the observations from the marine reporting site. And within the last hour, at 12:18 this morning, it was reporting 94 miles per hour sustained, with gusts to 122 miles per hour at the marine reporting station at Calcasieu Pass. So very strong winds, and it had been gusting over 100 from 11:54 to about 12:24. So a 30-minute window of gust over 100 miles per hour, and sustained was over hurricane force that entire time too. Thank you, Lance, for that information, for passing it along as well.
Yeah, and this is what we've been telling you for the past couple of days now, is the fact that these conditions were going to go downhill. There was no, doubt in terms of we were going to see a hurricane force winds at points, and they were going to be catastrophic at times. And this is the reason why, as Wade mentioned, 122 mile per hour gusts. Yeah, sure, they weren't sustained, but still there was several hours worth of gust over 100 miles per hour sitting at the hurricane sustained category. And Cinnamon Cornell is live joining us as well. Grab the mic for you.
Thank you, Jacob. I am on the phone with Janie Smith. Miss Janie, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, Miss Janie, we are on our live feed right now. Again, this is Janie Smith. She's a resident in Sulphur. Miss Janie, just tell me, what are you hearing right now? What are you seeing right now? You're at your home in Sulphur, so just kind of give me an explanation of what you're seeing.
It's a lot of wind, a lot of rain. Sorry. We did hear the transformer up the street blow, so we have no power at all right now. It's just, there's a lot of wind, and the trees it's crazy.
Now, Miss Janie, who, if you don't mind me asking, who are you at home with right now? And just tell me, why did y'all decide to stay and not evacuate?
I'm at home with my significant other, Stephen, his aunt, her significant other, his elderly father, and our infant son, and then we have five dogs. Main reason we didn't evacuate is we didn't have the funds. His aunt didn't want to leave her house, and most places are allowing pets, but I don't think they would allow us to bring 5 dogs, and we just weren't leaving our fur babies behind.
Definitely, yes, ma'am. And let me ask you, how long have you been living in Sulphur, and have you been through a hurricane before? I mean, were you here for Hurricane Rita?
No, ma'am. I was actually living in East Texas for Hurricane Rita, so we got all the evacuees from Beaumont when Rita hit.
And as far as preparations for this hurricane, obviously we've been talking a lot about how it progressed very quickly. Did y'all have enough time to prepare your house properly?
Yes, ma'am, we did. Yes, ma'am.
And what did those preparations look like for y'all?
Well, we've got sandbags at all our doors. And that's pretty much it. Other than that, we've got 2 of our windows cracked so that the house can breathe. Because we definitely don't want any windows blowing in or, nothing like that. So that's pretty much all we did to prepare. We've got supplies to last and plenty of food and water. So.
And just going forward, as you're staying at home, waiting to have this storm pass, what are y'all's plans going forward? You told me that you're without power right now. So just any plans in place going into the next 24 hours?
Yes. As far as me and my significant other and our son go, we do have other plans if, because we're probably not going to have power for a while. So we do have a friend here in town that has a generator that has offered us a room. So if it comes to worst, then we will go over there.
Well, I'm glad to hear that y'all definitely have a backup plan. That's good to know. And Miss Janie, are y'all worried at all? Are there any concerns with this storm?
Not really. I'm a nervous wreck. I have a 6-month-old. So it's kind of my first rodeo as far as having a small child during it. But other than that, everybody else here, well, my significant other and his aunt, it's not their first rodeo, so I think we're in good hands. They know what they're doing, so.
And do you have any other loved ones or friends that either chose to stay or maybe chose to evacuate themselves?
My sister-in-law, my father-in-law, and my significant other family, they stayed. They're actually in Lake Charles, off of Nelson. My mom and my dad and my daughter, they went to Silsbee, and my sister stayed behind. She's in Orange.
Well, Miss Janie, I just want to say thank you for your time, and y'all stay safe, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Alrighty. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
And thank you, Senator Greg, if you'll put this up there. There we go. And again, we apologize. We're working remotely, so there may be a few technical hiccups here and there with delays on audio, but thank you, Cinnamon. And we can't officially report. Laura did make landfall near Cameron here within the last hour, which puts it right on track with what we've been expecting for the last couple of days. Winds of 150 miles per hour. Officially at landfall, air pressure 938 millibars, which makes it a very intense hurricane, obviously, at landfall location. And been watching some various feeds that I have, one of them including my house, which I think just lost power just as I'm watching it here on TV. But I did not see any damage. That was good news to see. What few trees I could see in my shot looked good, but I suspect things are going to continue to deteriorate throughout the night tonight. Let's take a look at our sky cam if we can there, Greg, and we'll pull that up and show you what's going on outside live in downtown Lake Charles. There's northeast at 81 miles per hour as far as wind speed is concerned. Definitely getting stronger and stronger, and things will continue to deteriorate as far as the wind is concerned throughout the next couple of hours. This isn't just a short-term event. This is going to continue for several hours for sure as far as the wind is concerned, and those wind speeds will fluctuate. They always do. It's never a constant thing. You know, we tell you a hurricane has X amount as far as the speed of winds, but remember, it never is that number consistently. Those numbers go up and down, especially as the storm is getting closer. Now, the spot where you do have the chance of seeing those more sustained winds, that strength is right in the eye wall itself, which is in the Cameron Parish vicinity, but that eye wall is getting closer and closer to moving into portions of Calcasieu Parish as well. It's going to be moving north over the next hour or so, and I still see a little bit of light on that sky cam, but definitely not a whole lot of lights visible across much of downtown Lake Charles for sure. definitely more and more power outages are happening. It's quite possible what lights we're seeing now are generator power that's fueling some of these lights, probably more than likely. And we can switch over to the radar scene real quick, and we'll show you what's going on that front. You can see the eye wall getting very close to the Lake Charles Regional Airport, and definitely seeing conditions getting worse and worse. Winds are going to continue to increase at the Lake Charles Regional